Hello everyone, I'm Rohit and this is the new series I'm going to start called Integration Hub. In this Integration Hub, we are going to discuss about that how to activate the Integration Hub, what are the steps required for Integration Hub, and then there are a lot of out-of-box spoke we are going to discuss in our upcoming session. Today's sessions we are going to discuss that how we can activate the Integration Hub, and then we'll discuss about the what are the requirements we needed to integrate any third-party system. My recommendation is that if you have not watched my complete series about Flow Designer, please go and watch the Flow Design because this is directly related to the Flow Designer. So my recommendation, go and watch the Flow Designer. So first, let's understand what is the Integration Hub. So Integration Hub is a mechanism, or you can say the technique that we are going to use in our Flow Designer, and then with the help of this Integration Hub, we are going to connect with the ServiceNow to any of these third party like Google or maybe Amazon or Zoom, any of the third party we are going to connect with very minimum low code that we are going to use that. How to activate the Integration Hub? Before we talk about the how to activate the Integration Hub, you should know that Integration Hub is a chargeable thing. So it's have cost. So if you are trying to use the Integration Hub for your organization, go and talk your SME because this is chargeable component. Depending on that, your uses and then what type of things you're going to use, the ServiceNow is going to be charged based on that. So before you are going to activate that Integration Hub or you are going to use the Integration Hub, talk to your SME. Next thing is that how you can activate this Integration Hub in your customer environment. To activate the customer environment, you have to visit the support.servicenow.com, and there you need to put your corporate login, username and password, and then there you need to create a request for activating that Integration Hub. But for the practice purpose, you can activate the Integration Hub as well as in your PDI environment. So I'll show you that how you can activate that Integration Hub in your PDI environment. Before we go to the ServiceNow screen, let's talk about that what is Spoke. So Spoke is like a package. You can say the package. In this package, there are a lot of out-of-box activity will be came up. You can use this out-of-box activity depending on your requirement. You don't need to build custom things. You just need to be use those custom Spoke or custom actions in your Flow Designer. So Spoke is nothing but a package. We call that Jira spoke, we call that Zoom spoke. We are going to install those spokes in our earlier video, but in a high level, spoke is like a package that will come a lot of activity for particular application. So the package may be Jira spoke, maybe Zoom spoke. So depending on that which spoke you are installing, once you install this spoke, you can use those actions there in our Flow Designer. Let's go to the next slide. Before we integrate that one system to the another system, let's say that I'm going to integrate one system to the another system. First, we need to know that few things before we are integrating between one system to the another system. So as we know, the integration could be real time or integration could be time periodically, like after certain time you can do that integration, right? So before you integrate that, you should know that why you are doing the integration. Let's take an example for the Jira. Using the Jira integration, what we can do, we can actually send our story, we can send our AP defect, all this information from ServiceNow to Jira instance, right? So from the ServiceNow, we can send the Jira instance, the story information, we can pass that, right? Similarly, when you are trying to integrate any of this application, you should know that why you are integrating that. Next point, you should remember that what is the trigger point. So trigger point is a component that we should know that maybe whenever the story is going to be created, that time we are going to send from ServiceNow to the Jira, or maybe whenever the story is going to be updated, then that time I want to send that, or maybe whenever the story is deleted, or maybe story is assigned, depending on that, it can be triggered, right? So we should first know that what is the trigger point or which point I should trigger the integration. It could be sending the data or receiving the data, but you should know that when should be triggered. Next thing, we should know that what is the type of integration. It is inbound or outbound. So if we are sending the data from ServiceNow to the Jira system or any of this third party, we call outbound. Okay. But if you are receiving any data, let's say the Jira is sending some data and you are receiving and processing, maybe you are creating a story or incident, that we call the inbound. So you should know that what we are doing, inbound or outbound or both. So both we call the bidirectional. So bidirectional means that we can send the data and we can receive the data. So next thing is that endpoint. So let's say that you have a ServiceNow instance, and then from the ServiceNow instance, you are going to send the data to the Jira instance, right? So there could be a n number of Jira instance or subdomain instance. You need to be send the data on a specific Jira instance that we call the endpoint, or we can say that URL. So we need exact URL where we are going to send the data, that we call the endpoint. Next is the credential. Credential is nothing but to log in a system, we should use the username password. So for the integration, we have a various type of credential. One is the API key, one is the basic, and then last one is the OAuth. So we'll discuss this topic later. This is little bit complicated, but we'll discuss this later. But for the remember that let's say that you are logged into a particular ServiceNow user instance, you need a username and password, right? Similarly, to integrate that from one instance to the another instance, we need a credential. Either it could be a form of API key, it could be form of the basic authentication or OAuth authentication. The next is the request type. So whenever you are going to send, or whenever you are going to get the data, or whenever you are going to do something, there should be a request type. Okay, so if you are sending some data and creating something, that could be post. If you are getting some data, that could be get, and if you are updating some data, that could be a put. So there could be a various type of request type. We should understand the request type and we should use that. Then there is a request body. So request body is normally came up with the JSON format. So it could be a different format also, but normally for standard and current procedure, we use a JSON format in a request body that we are going to use from one instance to the another instance. So let's say that I want to create a story with the story number 001 with the short description is test. That all will come to under JSON or and call the request body. But let's say that you want to get some data from ServiceNow instance to the Jira instance. Let's say that I want to get all the story information, that we can use that active Jira story. Then we can use that in a query parameter. We can say that active equal to true, so that it can return all the active Jira story number, that we call query parameter. So for getting something, or when we are using the get method, we'll use the query parameter. When we are going to use the post or put method, we are going to use the request body. These terms may be a little odd, but we are going to actually practically implement all these terms. Then once we integrate that, once we connect and we have sent the data or receive the data, we'll get a response. We'll get a response like successfully created, or maybe these are the incident, or these are the story number, that will get as a response body, like in a JSON format or maybe XML format. Normally standardly we are using the JSON format. Then we'll get a response code. Each code have a different meaning. So normally 200 means that connection established, 201 means that request created, 404 means that connection did not establish. So these are the standard response code we have for this integration, and that denote that what happens, we can understand that. Then we have one more thing called read and build documentation. So let's say that you are going to connect a Jira instance, right? So you are going to connect a Jira instance or Google Drive. You can go through this Google Drive documentation, and then you can understand that what are the steps you require. You don't need to go and check the technician team or Google technician team, like how we can connect that, what is the endpoint, what is the credential, what is the request type. Everything will be documented somewhere. You can go and understand the documentation, and then you can start using that. So similarly, once you build your your integration things, so that somebody can use your integration also, for that you should also build a good documentation, so the third party can read your documentation and they can connect that. They don't need to unnecessarily, they don't need to reach back to you. They can just go through this documentation, and then they can successfully able to connect that your instance. So these are the requirement specification we need whenever we are connecting from one instance to the another instance. Normally, if you go for the interview, they ask that what are the steps required for integrating one instance to the another instance. So to integrate any of this instance, let's say the ServiceNow or Jira, or maybe for Slack, or maybe Zoom, any of this instance, you need these are the information first. Then you should start coding or start actually go to the technical thing. If these things are not available, then you should you are not able to complete your integration. You should be dependent on other team. So first gather this information and then start coding or start implementing in a technical part. Now lastly, I'll show you that how you can activate that integration hub in your personal developer instance. For that, let's go back to the developers.servicenow.com and I'll show you that how we can activate that. So this is the developers.servicenow.com, and if you see the right side beside in your name, you can click that, and then there is an option called Activate Plugin. You can click that Activate Plugin and then search for that Integration Hub plugin. So you can search that Integration Hub. So the moment you search the Integration Hub, you can see the 4 integration plugins are available. The first thing is the Integration Hub installer is the very basic Integration Hub, which give you that very basic component. This is the very basic one, and then this is the top most packages which have that lot of out of box spokes are available. So depending on your use case, you can install this basic or the advanced one, but each package have a different spoke. You can see this is the Azure, Microsoft AD spoke, JDBC spoke, so different. Remember one thing, this is completely free of cost for your developers.servicenow.com. You can install and then play around that. There is no cost for that, but for customer environment there is some charges. Talk to your SME before implementing or do something in your customer environment. So that's it for today. If you have any question, let me know in my comment section. Thank you very much. Have a great day. Hello everyone, I'm Rohit, and this is the day 2 of the Integration Hub training. In this day, we are going to build our own custom Jira action. So this is our own custom Jira action. I know that in ServiceNow, we have a spoke called Jira spoke. So if you install the Jira spoke, all this action will be automatically installed. But as we are learning from the beginning, what I want to build our own custom action in the day 2, so that you know that how we can build the Jira action, or how we can build any of the action, not the Jira, any kind of action. So as we discussed in our earlier class, before we are building or before we are doing integration, we should know these are the point. So very first thing is that why do we need the integration? We know that to connect between story and issue in the Jira tools. Maybe you think that why I pick the Jira or why I'm talking about the Jira tools, because Jira tools is a simple tool and then most of the user is familiar of the Jira tool. So that's the reason I'm taking the Jira example. In our upcoming sessions, we are going to pick various tools like Google Drive, Slack, Box. There are various other tools we are going to use. But for the moment, we are going to pick the Jira example. So whenever the story will be created to the ServiceNow side, the story should be go to the Jira side. Let's assume that this is a outbound for the moment. Next, how to trigger that? We'll trigger from the flow. So we are going to trigger from the flow whenever the story will be created. Now we need, these are the information. So these are the information for the integration. First thing is that we need to find out the endpoint, and then we need to find out the credential. So let's go back to that my Jira side, and then I'll show you that all these details. So this is the Jira project that I have created called servicenowrohit.atlassian.net. So this is my website link, and then here I have created, I can go and click the view all project. You will be able to find out that lot of projects I have created. So let's pick the training project. So our goal is that whenever a story will be created to the ServiceNow site, let's say that any story which is going to be created in ServiceNow side, that story should be come to this Jira as a issue. We can click this button and then we can create the issue type equal to story. So this is not going to, we are not going to do that manually. Whenever this story will be created to this ServiceNow side, this should automatically come to the Jira side. Now for that, we need to first read the documentation. Reading the documentation is a very important, because if you don't have the Jira team or in-house Jira team, you should read the documentation. So let's go back to here and then search API documentation. The moment you search that, you can see that the first page is called Jira Cloud Platform REST API. I can open that. So this is the documentation I have gone through. So I want you to go through first and then build that. So this is the Jira documentation. And if I go back, what do you want? We want to create an issue, right? So you will go to this issue section. If I click that, if you see the list left side, there are various methods are available. So what do you want? We want to create a issue. So we'll click this create an issue. And the moment you click the create an issue, it giving some sample code, sample thing, right? So if you see that here in the right side, there are different kind of language we have. So you can see that fork, CURL, Node.js, Java, Python, PHP, but there is no section about the service now, right? So let's go to the CURL. I like to the CURL that have all the information. So I want that, or I want to you to understand that. So first thing, what we need a method. What method we are going to use that? We are going to use the post method. What should be the URL? URL should be, this is the URL that we are going to hit that. Your domain is nothing but I need to be replaced with the ServiceNow, snowexpert Rohit, this one. And then if you see that, if I so this is the our URL, this is the credential. So how we can pass the credential? In the credential we need to pass our email address, then colon, then we should generate a API token, and that we need to be passed that. And if you see the header, in the header we need to pass the accept dot application slash JSON, and then header we need to pass the content type equal to application slash JSON. This we need to be passed, and in the data we need to be passed these all our information. So this is the how we should pass the JSON format. So this is the sample thing they have provided. We should convert it to in your our own actions, right? So let's build that. So let's go back to the service now, and then first I will install that Agile 2.0 that plugins which have the stories and others modules available. So I'll just search with that Agile. So I'm going to install that Agile Development V2. So this plugin, I'm going to install that. I'll just install that. And after that, I will do all this integration setup. So my Agile Development plugins is successfully installed. Now, if I search here in the left navigation called Stories, I should be able to see a module called you can see under the Agile Development, I should be able to see one. This is the modules. I'm talking about the Stories module. Now, a requirement is that the moment you are going to create a story record here, I'm going to create a new story. That record is going to be automatically created to this, Jira board. Okay, so that is our requirement. To fulfill this requirement, first, what we want, we need to be integrate that. So we need to integrate with ServiceNow to these Jira tools. So first step is that we need to be integrate. We can integrate various way the sessions or the class we are doing that integration hub. So we will do the integration through the integration hub. So for that, first we have to go to the flow designer. As you know that integration hub is directly related to the flow designer, my recommendation should be go and watch the flow designer if you have not checked my flow designer series. So first thing first, we are going to create a new action, right? So first we'll click this create new and then click the action. The moment we click the action, the dialog box is showing. Let's say that I want to create a issue or I want to create a story to the Jira. So I'll say that so this is my action name. I'll click submit. So the moment you click the submit, you can see that the action form is created. Let's say that what all data I want to populate. The first thing first, I want to put that short description and description. These two fields I want to put that because these two are string field and very simple. So that's the reason I want to put the short description and then description into the Jira side. So whatever short description and description I'll put here, the same short description will be put under this story. That's what my simple requirement is. So as you know that we need to be create a input, right? So first I'll click this create input, and then first what we need to be define two inputs. Let's say that short description. I'll put this short description as a mandatory. Now, after we get this input, we want to do some integration through this integration hub. So what we do, I'll click this plus sign. The moment you click the plus sign, there will be a pop-up, you can see. And if you minimize that, you can see that there are three sections. One is the ServiceNow data, utilize, and then integration. So we want to click this integration. And then what type of integration we want? We want the REST integration. So we'll select the REST integration. Okay. So what we want a REST integration. Now, under this REST integration, you can see this connection. So if you see that this connection means that you can select this connection aliases, or else you can select this define inline. The moment you select the define inline, you need to define this URL, base URL. Or else if you see this use connection aliases, that the moment you select that connection analysis, this base URL is the read only field, right? So we are going to do through the connection analysis. Two options available. Either you use the connection analysis or you can use this define inline. So let's take a connection analysis. What does it mean by connection analysis? Let's first understand that. Hello everyone, I'm Rohit and this is the day 3 of the Integration Hub training. In this day, we'll talk about that connection and credential analysis. Connection and credential analysis is very important, not only for the Integration Hub, for various project, various integration, we use the connection and credential analysis. If you don't have better idea what is the connection and credential analysis, I'll show you that all these details in today's class. First thing first, we have called aliases. So aliases is nothing but it's stored in a ServiceNow table, or it can say that we can say that it's a table where stored all these aliases. Aliases, we can say the nickname. Okay, so nickname is something called, you can put some nickname, and inside the nickname there could be a various things. There could be a credential, there could be a connection. So this nickname or this name can be used in our integration. So first thing first, we'll create a aliases. Under this aliases, there will be a connection and then credential. For our case, snowexpert.rohit.atlassian.com, that is the connection URL. So that will be the connection URL. And then in the credential, we need to be passed the username and password. So username and password is a credential. So aliases or the connection and connection aliases have three components. So connection and credential have three components. First is the aliases, second is the connection, and third is the credential. With the combination of these three, we are going to integrate with our Jira instance. So let's go back to the ServiceNow instance and explore more. So let's build that connection aliases. To build the connection aliases, you need to go to the left navigation and then search for the connection. So if you type the connection, you will be able to see that connection and credential aliases. You can click that. And then here you can see there are out of box some connection aliases created. Let's say I'm going to create my own. I'll click new. And then here you have a type called connection and credential. So the type means that you want to store connection and credential, or you want to store only credential. That depend on that. So my case is the connection and credential. I'll put the name called Jira custom. Okay. And then here you can see that we have an option called configuration template. So we'll click this configuration template. And then I will select that called basic auth configuration. Why I'm selecting that, I'll discuss that later, but I'll select that basic auth demo configuration. Now, the moment you created this connection aliases, you have an option called create new connection and credential. Simply click that. And the moment you click that, here we need to put this connection name. So let's say our case, the connection name is the Jira custom spoke connection. Now we need to be put the connection URL. So on which instance we are going to connect that. So what is our instance name? Our instance name is snowexpert.rohit.atlassian.net. So this is the instance where we are going to build that, or where we are going to connect that, right? So for that, what I'll do, I'll copy this instance name. I'll copy this instance name and then go back here and then paste that. Now we need to be passed the username and password. Okay. If you see this Jira documentation, what it is saying that the credential should be your email address colon your API key. So username should be your username should be your email address, and then password should be API token. Right. So for that, I'll put my username or my email address here, and then I'll put the API token. The question is that how you can get this API token from the Jira. So if you go back to the Jira, so if you click this settings, and then if you click this Atlassian account setting, it will land to that profile and visibility page. And if I go to this security from there, and if I go here call API token, here I can see my API token. I'll click the create API token, and then I'll create new, and then here let's say that integration hub. I'm putting that integration hub and create. So it will generate a token. I'll copy this token and then go back to here and then put as a password. Now here I need to put the username, which is nothing but my email address. So I'll put that. So you can see that I'm getting an error message called action about password value is too long, could not truncate encryption. So this is what I'm getting a message. So let's fix that. For that, what I'll do, I'll copy this error message and copy that and then paste here and put that service now in the last and hit enter. You can see that there is a one article for the similar issues. So I'll open that. This is a similar service now. You can see this is the error. So what is that issue? The same message, error message they are getting. For that, what resolution they have provided, we have to go back to this, go to this system definition and then search the tables. So we'll go back to the tables. Under this system definition, open that, and then we need to be find out this called discover credential as a name. So we'll put that name equal to discover credential, and you can see that one record is written. I'll open this table, and what they are saying that we have a field called password, which is maximum is 255. We need to be increase that size. So this field needs to be, you can see, needs to be increase that size. Password, this one we need to be increase that from 255 to differently. Okay, so let's do that. So you can see that in this table we have a field called password 2, and if I go here, do we have anything other, any other field called password 2? So you can see there are many fields with that password 2. What I'll do, I'll increase all this field length to 1000 and save that. Okay, so let's see, is it saved or not? And I'll just click that save. So it means that all these password to field are updated with that maximum length is 1000. Now go back here, click that create new credential, and then let's say that I'll put this name called Jira custom. Here I need to put that my URL. So I'll copy this one and paste here called connection URL, and then here I'll copy this token and paste here, and then in the top I'll put my email address, and you can see it's automatically refreshed and it store a connection. You can see this is the connection it's created. If I open this connection, you can see this is the connection it's created called Jira custom. This is the endpoint, and this pretty much looks good. Now what I'll do, I'll go back here, and then under this connection analysis I'll select this Jira custom one. The moment I select this Jira custom one, you can see the base URL is automatically populated. So this is my base URL, which is coming from nothing but from here. All right. Hello everyone, I'm Rohit, and this is the day 4 of the Integration Hub training. In this day, we'll talk about that setup request body and JSON parser. So we have already successfully set up the connection and credential, and now it's time to set up the request body. Normally, request body comes from a JSON format, so we'll set up this in a JSON format. After successfully set up the request body, ServiceNow is going to send the request to the Jira side, and then Jira side is going to be response, and that response will become as a JSON format also. So we need to be parsed using the JSON parser. Using the JSON parser, we are going to process that response from the Jira, and then we'll store in some other output. So let's go back to the ServiceNow and see how it works. So this is my base URL, which is coming from nothing but from here. All right. Now under these, after that, you can see we have a resource path. So if I go back to this documentation, you can see that to create an issue, if I click that, on which endpoint I should hit that, my .NET, then this is the endpoint I should hit that. I'll copy this endpoint and paste here called resource path. Now what should be the method? The method should be post. So we'll select that method equal to post. Then in the header, what should we pass that? In the header, we should select that accept equal to application/JSON. So I'll put that call in the header, accept equal to what is the value? The value is application/JSON. I'll copy that and paste here. Then I will put one more call. What do we have? Content type. We'll copy that content type, and then the value is same, call accept slash JSON. We'll paste that. Now here you can see that we have a request body, right? And then if I click that, what are the request body? We have text, binary, multipart, URL from encoded. So we'll select the text. So in the JSON body, we need to put some JSON. So let's do that. So if I go back to the documentation, under this documentation, you can see data, right? So this is the JSON that we have to be paste there in our flow designer. Here we need to be paste that. So what I'll do, I'll copy this whole code. Let's say I'm going to copy this whole code, and what I'll do, I'll paste into the body. So instead of doing that into that body, I'll click this plus sign, and then I'll pick that script one. So I'll go and then pick the script one. And then in the script, I will say that the script name call JSON build, something like that. Okay, so I'll put this name here. I'm going to put or build the JSON. Okay, so let's say that I'm going to build that JSON here. You will paste there, call where JSON body. So this is my variable, and under this variable I'm going to paste whole code. So I have paste whole code. Under this code, you can see there are a lot of fields called custom fields that we don't need that actually. So what I'll do, I don't need that assigned, so I'll remove that. I don't need the component, so I'll remove that field. Then I don't need this custom field, so I'll remove this custom fields. And if you see that this is also I don't need, I'll remove this custom field. This custom field also I don't need, so I'll remove this custom field. Okay, and then let's say that I don't need this these all custom fields, so I'll remove that. Okay, so these all are removed. Now I need the description, so this is the description format. I don't need the due date, I'll remove that due date. This is the environment, even I don't need the environment, so I'll remove this environment for that moment. Later if needed I can put that. So fixed version, I don't need that. Okay, I'll remove that fixed version. Issue type I need it. I don't need the label, I'll remove that label one. I don't need the parent, and then project priority I don't need, I'll remove that. Reporter I don't need that, I'll remove that. And security I don't need that, I'll remove that. So these are the things I don't need. Whatever the things I don't need, I'll just removing one by one. So let's say that I have removed most of the fields. So let's understand one more time. So I need the description, right? So I need the description. Under the description here I need to put the actual text, and then I need the issue type, I need the project, and then I need the summary. So this is what I need actually. And then these things I should be passed that the bottom part, right? So let's do that. First thing first, I'm going to put this hard-coded value. So I'm not going to build that. I'm not going to put this dynamic value called body. This description and then summary is going to be hard-coded. I will just replace the project ID, issue type, and yeah, I think I should replace these two and see that. So if you try to create a new, if you go back here and if you try to create a new issue, the project, issue type, summary, and then these three are mandatory. So first we'll put the project. So if I go back here and click this view all, you can see these are all of the project, and then the key, the training project, the key is the train. So what I'll do, I'll go back to the flow designer, and then project is the TRAN, and this is not an ID, this is a key. So I'll replace ID with the key. Then I have a issue type, and this issue type is nothing but ID is 100 something like that, right? So let's see that what is the issue type in my case. I'll open this training project, click this project setting, and go to this issue type. And if I open the story one, you can see that issue type is 10014. This is the issue type. I'll paste that. So this is, I'm going to hard code at that moment. Now summary, and then description also hard coded, right? So these all are hard coded right now. Now if I scroll down that, so this is the this is the variable. Inside the variable I have some something, right? Now I need to create a variable here, output variable called, let's say, the JSON, I'll say, and this is, or say JSON, I'll select the JSON, and here I will copy these custom JSON or body JSON. I'll put the body JSON name to be more meaningful. Okay, so body JSON, and under that here I need to be put some code. So here you have an output variable, so I'll put that output dot body JSON equal to the variable that I have declared called JSON. Here I'm going to paste that. If you are not able to understand something, you can put in my comment section. I'll try to explain you. So here I put that outputs.body JSON equal to JSON. So this is a variable. Inside the variable, I put that some body, and then now go back to the rest steps here. And here we need to be put the body, right? So we will fetch from the script. So we'll go here, JSON build up, and then body JSON. I'll get from here. Okay. So let's test that. So let's say that short and if I click the steps here and if I scroll down here, you can see that one issue created with that number is called TRN-8. So this is the issue which has been created. So if I go back here under these projects and go back to this backlog, I should be able to see the 8 one. So this has been created. Now what I'll do, I'll make this short description and then description dynamic. For that, what I'll do, I'll go back here, and then here I'll create new variables, and then let's say that short, and this short description will be come from this input. So if you have not watched my flow designer, I'll say that just go and check that. So I'll say the description, and then I'll map from their input called description. Now here, this is called inputs.description. I'll put there called text equal to, here I'll put that inputs.description, and then under this summary, I'll put that called inputs dot what is that parameter short. So I'll put that inputs.short. So that's it. It's done. I'll just save and publish. I have just saved that. One more thing, if you see that the moment it's return that, what it returning after successful, it return ID, key, and then some URL. So we need that ID and key as an output. For that, what I'll do, I'll click this plus sign. We have a called JSON parser. So if you scroll down, we have a called JSON parser. Click the plus sign, and then I need to be put that call source data from where I am getting that. I am getting from the response. So I'll go and then select this one, and then response body. I'll get that, and then here I need to be put this structure, right? So let's go back to this execution, and which type of data I'm receiving, that I just need to paste there. I'll copy that, and there I'll go here and then paste that. And then click the generate target. So it will automatically generate that. You can see it's automatically generate ID and everything. Okay, and let's save that. Now one more thing, that this is the JSON parser, but actually in the outputs we have not put anything. So we'll put that call, let's say that outputs create output, what we need actually the key, and one more output we need call ID. So we'll put that ID, and these two value will become from this JSON person, right? So we'll go exit, and then key will become from root step called key, and then ID will become from uh, JSON person root step called ID. From there it will become. All right, let's save this whole structure, this whole action, and then try to test that. So I'll put that testing short description, testing description, and then click run test. The moment we click the run test, it should hit to that our Jira, and it should create a issue. You can see I got an error in line number 29. So let's see that. So we'll go back to the steps, and then under this line number 29, I got some error. So you can see I put that inputs dot shorts. So here I got an error. So I don't know why it is getting error. So what I did actually, I go and then update this short to the short description, DEC, something like that. And then I just update my code. I'm not sure that why it was giving me error. So I just updated here. So maybe short was the reserved variable or something like that. And then let's try that. I have tried that. It started working. Short description, and then description, and then run test, and you should be able to see that I got a success. And if I click the steps, so the steps one is building the JSON build, and if you see that the output is that this is the output. It's generate a complete JSON, you can see. And then in the steps to do the integration, so it did the integration actually, and after integration it get and response. So this is the response I have get. And then after that, you can see in the step 3 we got an JSON parser. That JSON parser actually did that actually, that you can see is the structure way, ID equal to this one trend, and this it's already done. So what I'll do, I will publish this action. So I'll just publish this action. So our first action is done. We have successfully created our own custom issue things. Now I'm going to create a new flow. So go here and then create new flow. So let's say that create Jira story, and then click submit and skip that. The trigger condition is the moment we created a record created on which table, the story table. So we'll put the rm underscore story table. So whenever the story will be created to the ServiceNow, I should be send the data to the Jira. What action should I do? I'll click this action, and then under this action, we will be able to find out our action name called Jira. I'll search that called Jira create a issue. I'll pick that, and then from here we need to pass the short description and description. So short description will get from this story short description, and then description I'll get from the story description. So I'll go and then grab that description from here. Okay, once we have successfully created that record or successfully created that issue, I want to put that that issue number or issue key in this story. So I'll go back and put that lookups here or update record. I'll go and then update record. I'll select that update record here. Under this update record, I want to put somewhere into this details. So I'll select that story record, and then maybe some field. Let's say that, do we have any call additional comments? Under this additional comments, I want to put that story key and put the story key. So let's save that and activate this flow. Now, if I go back here under this backlog, let's see how many story or how many issues so far created. So you can see so far 12 story or 12 was created. Now, if I search here called stories here and try to create a story here, let's say that ServiceNow story, ServiceNow description, and submit that. This story should, once I created this story into that ServiceNow, this story should be cascade to this Jira, and it should put that somewhere in case. So let's refresh that and see if that is storing here or not, if that created here or not. So you can see the 13 story is created, ServiceNow story 13 is created, and this short description is coming from our ServiceNow, and the description is ServiceNow description, which is coming from here. And then if I refresh that, somewhere it should be stored that all these detail. So this way you can integrate between one instance to the another instance. I just show you that it is lengthy, it have several component, but if you still have any question or if you still have any doubt, let me know in my comment section. Thank you very much. Have a great day. In our next video, we'll talk few more about other integration. Hello everyone, this is the day 5 of Jira Integration Hub's training. In this day we are going to discuss about that Jira Spoke Integration Hub. In our earlier class, we actually built a action which is nothing but creating a issue into the Jira side, and it takes 3 days. Now today we are going to discuss about that Jira Spoke Integration Hub, which is out of box. So first thing first, we should know that what is the spoke. So if you remember that I already discussed about the what is the spoke. Spoke is nothing but a package, and this package will have multiple actions. So it could have 20 or 30 actions came up with easily. The question is that why do we need Jira Spoke now? As we know that how to build the action, can't we create that own action? Why do we need the Jira Spoke? Yes, you can create your own action and you can use that. But if you simply install this Jira package or Jira Integration Hub Spoke, you will get 30 action or 40 action, whatever Jira actions are needed actually. We spent 3 days to build a simple action, but if you simply install this Jira Spoke, it will automatically come up with all these actions. You can use, it's a ready to use actions, and then these action can be used in your flow. So why should not we utilize that out of box Jira Spoke? Now lastly, we'll discuss about that installing of the Jira Spoke. We'll go to the ServiceNow instance and we are going to install this Jira Spoke. In our today's session, we are going to do 3 things. First, we are going to create an issue, we are going to update an issue, and we are going to add the comments. So in the ServiceNow side, whenever the story will be created, the same story we are going to create into the Jira side, and then whenever that updation will happen to the ServiceNow side, the same issue will be updated to the Jira side. And then after that, if we put some comments, the comment should be also reflected to the Jira side. So these are the use case that we are going to discuss in our today's session. So let's go to the ServiceNow side and see how it works. So this is our ServiceNow instance and this is our Jira instance. If you remember that in our last class, we actually connected with these training projects with the ServiceNow instance, right? Before we do any kind of integration, we should know that what is the Jira Spoke's out-of-box functionality supported. So for each spoke, ServiceNow have a documentation. You can simply search called Jira Spoke and you will get this complete documentation into the ServiceNow site. Now there are a lot of information here there, how we can install that, what are the things are there. We are more about interest about the Jira Spoke. Okay, so spokes actions. So if you click that simply called spoke action, you will be able to find out that what all actions out of box available. Now left side, if you see that category, we are more interested about issue management. So if you see that on the left side category issue management, we have a function called add comments, we have a function called assign issue, we have a function called create issues and create issue. So these are the options are available already. We can utilize that and we can use that, right? So these things we are going to actually build or we are going to use that in our today's sessions. So first thing first, as we know that our use case is that we should do some integration from the story module to this Jira issue module, right? So let's do some setup first. So first I'll go to the stories module under the story module, if I open this story, I will store some information like this project information. So if I create a manually let's say that I'm going to create a manually a issue here into the Jira side. Let's say I'm putting something and click create. What I will get that I'll get two things. First thing first, you can see that this is the issue ID. Okay, so this is that issue ID. We'll get that called train 16, and there is a one key. So two things we'll get that. One is the issue ID and another is the issue key. Okay, so we are going to store these two information first in our system. So I'll go to the story module, and then I'm going to create 2 or 3 fields into that ServiceNow here. Let's open this one. So this is the story modules. Under the story module, I'm going to create a tab called Jira Details, and there I'll create 3 fields. One is the issue, another is the key, and then third is the URL. So these 3 information, I'm going to store that. So I will create this 3 fields into this story table. So for that, I'll just right click, configure form layout. I'll create a new section. Let's say called Jira Details. Click OK, and this section I'll put after notes, and then I will create 3 fields. First is the key, string field, then ID, string field, and then URL, and this should be type called URL. So these 3 fields I'm going to create that, and these all are related to the Jira Details. Click close. So what I want actually, whenever a story will be created, and then the moment the story will be created to the ServiceNow side, it will hit to the Jira side. And then after integrating that, there is a 3 fields, key, ID, and URL. Here it should store all this Jira related issue. For that, first we have to install a plugins, right? So we should install the Jira Spoke. So we are talking about Jira Spoke. We should install this Jira Spoke. To installing this Jira Spoke, we can go to this plugins module here. It's a free of cost. There is no charges for that. So you can go to this plugins, and here you can search called the Jira Spoke and hit enter. The moment you can see that Jira Spoke, hit enter, nothing is able to find out because I already installed this Jira Spoke. So you can go to this installed module, and you can see that I have already installed this Jira Spoke. The backend name called sn_jira_spoke. So it will be available for here, and you can install simply this Jira Spoke. Once you install this Jira Spoke, you can go to this Flow Designer module simply. As you can see that our Flow Designer module is loaded, and if I click these actions tabs, and here if you see that application called Jira Spoke, if you show match that, you will be able to find out that a lot of actions installed the help of Jira Spoke's application. So you can see that around 115, so 115 actions is installed with the help of Jira Spoke. So last 3 days we spent to build a 1 actions, but if you simply activate these plugins, it will give us these actions. So we can utilize that. We don't need to build our own action until unless it's necessary. Okay, so these actions are available. Now if I go back to the Subflow, and if I search with that called Jira Spoke, you should be able to find out that some spoke also, which is you should be able to find out some Subflow also here. So if I simply search with that called Jira, you can see this process Jira Webhook, this Subflow also install. So first thing first, what we need whenever the story will be created, we need to be integrate with this Jira board, right? So let's do that. So first thing, what we'll do, we'll go to this Flow Designer, and I'm going to create a new flow. And here I'll say that Jira issue create, and click submit. So this is our first flow, and then let's put the trigger condition. What is the trigger condition? The trigger condition is that record created, on which table that the flow should be run whenever that any story is getting created to this RM story table. So we'll put that table name RM underscore story and done. So whenever the story is getting created, this flow should be triggered. Now question is that whenever we click this plus sign and go to these actions, under this action, if you scroll down now, you will be able to find out that one category called Jira, and under this category, these all our actions are available, out of box actions just now installed with the help of Jira Spoke. Okay. So first thing first, we have to be set up a connection or credential. We discussed about earlier. So we need to be go to this connection and credential module. So go to this connection and credential module. And if you go to this connection and credential module, you will be able to see that the Jira, this one is installed. So if I simply open this connection and credential aliases, you can see that this is installed via Jira Spoke. So whenever we install the Jira Spoke, by default it's installed via that. Okay. Now what we need actually, what we want, we need to be create the connection and credential. So we'll click this connection and credential first. Then the moment we click this create new connection, you can see that it needs the URL. The server type is cloud. Let it be as it is. We should put the username and API key. So these three options we need to be put that. So let's go back to this Jira site. We'll collect this endpoint and paste here. This is our endpoint. Now we should put the username. Username is nothing but, you can see that enter a email address if you are using Jira Cloud, else enter the username. So I should put my email address and I should put that Jira API key. Now into this Jira site, we should click this settings and go to this Atlassian account setting. Go to this security. And under the security, you can see that create and manage API token. So these are the steps we already discussed in our previous sessions. I'm going to create API token and let's say that Jira Spoke and click create. Now I should copy this token and go back to this here and then put this as a API key. And then username, I should put my email address. Let's put that. So now you can see after putting all these details, it's showing that connection and credential created successfully. It means that successfully created a connection and credential. Now what I have to do, I have to go to this flow designer, go to this action and simply go to this Jira. And now what I want, first thing first, I want to create an issue. So let's go back and then under this issue module, you will be able to find out that one called create an issue. We should do that. So create an issue. I should select that. So once I select that, you can see that the first thing is mandatory called project key. What should be the project key? Simply I click that and all these three projects available to my Jira which is showing right now. So if I click that view all project, you can see I have 3 projects and these all 3 projects are showing. Now question is that for which project I'm going to use that. So I am going to use that for training. So I'll select that project equal to training. Now I have issue type. I should select that issue type. What should be the issue type? My case is the story. Now I have summary and description. What should be the summary? Summary should be come from the story short description and description should be come from the story description. So I'll click there pillar icon, click there and then story related here. I'll do again and then short description. Similarly for description, I'll go click here description. If I need to be put any additional field, I can click that plus sign and then I can put any of these additional field if I think I should put that. I'm not going to do any additional thing. I'll click done. So what will be happen? With the help of these steps, it is going to be create an issue. Then click plus sign, action. After I successfully create the issue, I should put this information to my story table. So I'll click this update record, and then here what I want to update, I want to update that story record which is getting created. Which field I want to update? I want to update that ID field. ID field should be from where I should get the ID field. The create issue action will return some ID. I'll pick that from here, create issue, and then issue object, and it will return some ID. I'll store that. Similarly, I'll go back here, then I'll go and put the key, and I am going to store that key from this here. So I'll just remove this one, and then key. And then lastly, I need the URL. So I'll put this URL and do the same steps. Okay. So these ID, key, and URL are these three fields, ServiceNow fields are mapped, and from these create issue actions object. So create issue actions return these three value, so that we are going to store here. Simply save. I'll click these three dots, and then I will click this flow reporting setting, and then I'll on this so that I know that what is happening. So I'll just do that, and then click active, and then active this flow. So this flow is going to be activated, and then this flow is going to be run whenever I'm going to create a new story. So this flow is right now activated. Now go back to that ServiceNow and then open a story. So I'll go and then going to create a new story. So let's say I'm going to create a new story. I'll click new button, and then I'll say that new story, and then I'll put that new story description here. And submit that. So once I save that, the expectation is that this story should be automatically created to the Jira board. So let's go back to this flow designer and click that execution. You can see that if I hover over that, this flow is just now executed and completed. So I'll click that, and you can see that issue created. This is the issue created, and this issue is updated. You can see this issue got updated. You can see. Okay, and then I got a key number called 10027. This is the key, and this is the URL that I have received that. Now go back to this Jira board and click this trading projects, and if I go back to this backlog, and if I scroll down that, you can see that that 17 story, the new story that we have created from the ServiceNow side, it's actually showing here. We can also go to this ServiceNow, and I can see that this is the URL that has been set here. Now if I go back to this board, you can see that nothing is showing in that board, right? All these are showing in backlog, right? For that, what I'll do, I'll go to this backlog. Basically, I need to be actually start a sprint, and then I will simply move this story to that sprint, and then click start sprint. I'll click the start. So you can see that right now in the board, the story that I have created from the ServiceNow is showing right now. Okay. Now you can see that we are actually storing these Jira details here, right? Train, key, and ID. These are the information we are storing here, right? Now what I'll do, I'm going to create, or let's say that I'm going to update something. So if I update something here into that story, that update should go and reflect in our Jira. Okay. For that, what we'll do, we are going to create another flow. So we'll copy this name and then go back here, and then I'm going to create a new flow again called, instead of create, I'll say that update. Okay, and click submit. Now go and click this add trigger condition. Then this time it should be update, and for which table, I'll say that RM_story, and run once, no for each unique changes, and then click done. So whenever any update will be happen, it should trigger this flow. What action I'm going to do that? I'll click this action, go to this Jira spoke, and then I will pick this update issue. Now update issue is nothing but let's say that I want to put I have to put the issue ID. How do you get the issue ID? I'll go to this trigger story record and I created one field called ID that I'm going to put that. Now you can see that this add fields value is right now read only for me. Why? Because I for first time I should try with not dynamic. I'll put this here is called static value. It will start fetch all the fields present to this issue ID, and then I'll just remove that and then put this dynamic one called story and then ID. Okay, and then what field I want to put that? Let's say that I want to put that summary update. So if any summary is going to be update, that summary should be reflect there. Story short description. And if description updated, I should update that their description. So I'll put they are called description. Okay, and then simply activate. So now this flow also activated. Now let's refresh this story, and if we see that this is our train 18 story, and if I go back, this is our train 18 story. I'll say that here called story new, this keyword I'll just add and then save that. What will be happen? It should integrate and it should update to our Jira story also. So if I refresh that, you can see that 18 story got updated. So this way updation also works. So I'll click here 3 dots and then I'll just say that copy issue link and then open in a new tab. You will be able to find out that. So you can see that our story has been opened here, or issue has been opened, and you can see this is the new short description. I can update again called ServiceNow test. All these updation will run and send the data to the Jira. So I'll refresh that. You can see ServiceNow test. So it is getting updated. Similarly, I can update that call this description, and this description should be updated there. So I just updated this description. This description should be updated here also. You can see the description got updated. So this way you can integrate ServiceNow to the Jira with the help of out-of-box Jira Spoke that help you to integrate from ServiceNow to the Jira without much coding or much creating of custom action. So that's it for today. If you have any question, let me know in my comment section. Thank you very much. Have a great day. Hello everyone. This is the day 6 of the Integration Hub training. In this day, we'll talk about that bidirectional Jira's integration spoke. In last day, we talked about that ServiceNow to the Jira integration. So this is we call that outbound integration, right? So we are sending the data from ServiceNow to the Jira, right? But what will be happen if something update in the Jira side? How do we receive that into the ServiceNow side? Then we can say that it's a bidirectional, right? So first we are able to send the data from ServiceNow to the Jira either by the custom actions or maybe that Jira spoke. But how do we receive the data from Jira to the ServiceNow? Whenever any issue is going to be updated to the Jira side, how do we receive that? For that, we are going to talk about that Jira bidirectional integration or Webhook integration. So let's go back to the ServiceNow instance and understand further. So this is our ServiceNow instance and this is our Jira instance. And if you recall that these two instances we are integrating between ServiceNow to the Jira in our last class. Now, what we are going to do that, first we are going to do something so that any update happens to the Jira side, we supposed to see that into our ServiceNow side. So if I go back to the stories and open these stories. So these 3 story we have created last time, right? So if I do J2A, so this is the story we have created into the ServiceNow side, and this story should be present to the Jira. Let's see that. So if I go back to that, so this is the train 18. So if I go back and 18, so this is the story. Now what will be happen if we update here? Let's say that I'm updating here from the call test 1. Is it going to be updated to the ServiceNow site? Definitely not. So it is not going to update to the ServiceNow site because we have not do such configuration so that it can update from Jira to the ServiceNow. For that, we have to do Webhook configuration. First thing first, what you have to do, you have to type called Jira. So if you type the Jira, you can see that there are module called Jira. You can see this is the application. Under this application, you will be able to find out called Jira Webhook registries. So this is the first thing we have to click, this Jira Webhook registries. Once you click that, you can see that this table is completely empty. You have to create a new record here. So first I'll click this new. Then you can see the path is automatically populated. Now here we need to put the name. What should be the name? Let's say that I will put my instance name. So I'll copy this URL and then put in a name. So this is my name. Now here we need to put the token. How do we get this token? We'll click this and you can see that after you click that, it is going to that a table called token verification. So this is a table called token underscore verification. It is pointing to this table. So we are going to create a new record under token verification also. We click that and then let's put the name equal to token verification called snowexpert.rohit.atlassian.now. Now after that, you can see there is a token option, right? So we need to put some token, or else you can click that generate secure token. We click that, it will generate a token and paste here and click submit. So now you can see that the token is actually created called snowexpert.rohit.atlassian.net. I'll select that token and submit that. So first thing first, the Jira Webhook registry is completed. You can see this is the Jira Webhook registry I have created. After that, I actually go to this called token verification table and create another record called token verification. Here I put this my name and then I click the generate secure token. It's generated token and that token I'm selecting here. Once it is done, I'm going to click that callback URL. So once you click this callback URL, I should be able to get a URL. So this is the URL that system automatically generate. I should copy this URL. So let's copy that. Once you copy this URL, you need to go to this Jira and then you can click this settings and then here you have a options called system. You can go to the system. Under the system, if you scroll down, there is a options called Webhook. So what is a Webhook? We'll discuss this in a high level. Webhook is nothing but whenever any event occurred into the system. For example, whenever any issue is getting created, issue is updated, or maybe issue get deleted into the Jira side, it have a options to send the data to the third party that called Webhook. So we are going to create a new Webhook into the Jira side, and then here under this URL, I'm going to put that URL that I have copied from ServiceNow. So this is the URL I am going to paste here. Now if I scroll down that, you can see that for which event this Webhook or this Webhook is going to be run. Let's say that if any issue updated, this Webhook should be updated. So it means that whenever any issue is going to be updated, at that moment this Webhook is going to be triggered to this endpoint, that Jira endpoint. Okay, so let's save that. So let's understand one more time. I have created one Jira Webhook registry here. Under this Jira Webhook registry, I have put this my snowexpert.rohit.atlassian.net and then I have selected a token, and after that I click the callback URL and I have received a URL. Now I have this visit that call new Webhook listener. I click the settings, go to the system. Under the system, I scroll down and then there is the options called Webhook, and there I have created a new Webhook with this endpoint. And then in this event, what event I have selected called issue updated. So any issue is going to be updated at that moment, we are going to trigger this Webhook. Also I'll select that issue creator also. So if any issue created into the Jira site directly, or any issue is updated to the Jira site, this Webhook is going to be run, and then after that I will just save that. So this is done. Now we have to visit this ServiceNow site, and then here you can see that Jira Webhook routing policies is there. If I click that, you can see this table also empty, And this all configuration comes once we install the Jira Spoke. So if you don't have any Jira Spoke, this configuration will be not available. So if you are talking about that Jira Webhook routing policy, Jira Webhook registry, so this is comes under Jira Spoke. Now here I'll click this new button, and then once you click the new button, you have a options called label. So you can define the label. So I'll select that call my URL. So I'll go and then copy this URL and paste here. And the way you can put this UI policy order, similarly you can put the order. So this is the order. I'm just putting 0, and then I'll say the default answer. And here you can put the condition, like if issue description start with this one, issue priority is this one, issue status is this one, whatever. You can put any kind of condition here, whatever is available here. So I'm not going to put any condition here. I'll click this answer here. Once we click this answer here, you can see that it is pointing to the sys half flow, which is nothing but that flow or subflow. So here you can see that it is pointing to that sys half flow where I can select any subflow. Okay. So what I'll do, before I selecting that, I'll go and visit that flow designer module. Under this flow designer, you will be able to see that there is a one subflow created by default. So I'll go here, and then I'll go to this subflow. And if I search with that called Jira as application, you can see there is a one subflow which is created by ServiceNow itself. So you can utilize that. You can start customizing, or you can make a copy and then use that. So this is the subflow which has been created by ServiceNow. You can copy that. What I'll do, I'll make a copy of this one. I'll copy this subflow, and then I'll click this copy. So it is going to be copy this subflow. And here, let's see, I am able to enable that reporting or not. Yes, I am able to enable the report. I'll click this update that and then confirm. So this is our new subflow, which is copy of this existing out of box one. And then here I'll just update this one. Go there. Instead of this one, I am going to select that our new copy one. So I'll click here and then put this one so that it can call our copy one, and save that. So in high level, whenever we are going to update any issue, or whenever we are going to create an issue into the Jira side, it is going to be called this subflow, And in this subflow, there is nothing. It has some only logs, and there are couple of inputs are there. So if you see this subflow, and in this subflow, you can see there are a couple of objects are there. For example, this issue is the object. Under this issue object, you can see this ID, right? So we have a ID. And this ID is nothing but that some Jira ID which we are also storing under the storage table. So if we see that under the storage table, we are also storing some ID, right? So if I open this ID, you can see here also we are storing that, right? So this ID also we are storing here. So what I am going to do that, I am going to customize this flow so that whenever any modification is going to be done into this Jira side, the same updation should be come to the ServiceNow side. For that, what I'll do, I will just click done here. So first thing first, what I am going to do that, I'll click this call action, and then I will click that lookup, and then I'll click that lookup record. Okay. So what record I am looking up? The record I am looking up is nothing but the story table. So I'll search call the rm_story table. I'm going to check that story table. And then what is the condition? Condition is that ID. So in the story table, I have created a custom field called ID, which should be matched with that subflow input, issue, and then ID. Okay. So this will return me a record which is lookup record on the RM story. After that, I should do an update. So I'll click action, and then before that I'll put the if logic. If this lookup record status is success, it means that I am able to find out a record with this ID. Then what I am going to do that, I am going to update that record. So I'll click this update record, And then which record I am going to update? The same record which I am able to find out that. So I'll click here, lookup record, story record. Which field I am going to update that? Short description field and then description field. Because so far we have integrated that short description and description. I am going to update that. And this short description and description from where I should get? I should get from the sub workflow inputs and then issues, and then there should be field called summary, and for description there should be a description. So we are going to get from there called description. Okay, so this way we are going to update that record. Okay, in case if we are not able to find out any record, so this is the if condition. In case, let's say that I'm going to create a record into the Jira, in that case I'll put that else block. In case I'm not able to find out any record, I'll go to this action and then I'll search for the create record. So create record, or I'll say that create record, I'll click that, and which record I'm going to create that? I'm going to create a record onto that rm underscore story. So I'll put that rm underscore story table. I'm going to create that. Which all field are there? So we have a field called short description. I'm going to map that, and then I'm going to map that description. I'll put that description, and then I'll put that ID, and I'm going to put that key. So these 4 fields I'm going to map that. So in case if I am not able to find out any record. Now from where I should map the short description? Short description should be mapped from here, issue ID, then description should be mapped from here, issue description. ID should be mapped from this call here, ID, and key should be mapped from, let's see, do we have anything called key? So probably we can map that self one and then publish this one. So let's see. So this Subflow is published right now. So this is the 18 issue, and the short description is called ServiceNow Test, ServiceNow Jira. So if I go back here, go to the backlog. Under this backlog, this is 18 one. So let's say I am going to put that called ServiceNow Test 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and hit enter. The moment I hit enter, it should call to our flow designer Subflow. So let's see execution, and it called that and it got an error. So just open that. You can see that the requested flow operation was prohibited by security rules. So let's see. So it's not able to query onto that particular table, because this Subflow is going to, if I go and see the properties, you can see this Subflow is running user who is initiated the session. I'll change that to the system user and then update that, so that it will run on behalf of system, not that actual user, because this all operation is doing as a guest. If you see that this is created by guest, so run as guest and click publish. And let's go back to this our Jira and then try to update something and see what happens. So previously it was running as a guest, now it should run as a system user. So if I go back here and then update call 6789 and then go to this execution, you can see it's queued. Let's click again. It's completed right now. If I open that, you can see it's successfully updated that. If I go back to the ServiceNow, you can see that from the ServiceNow also it is updated. So this way you can do bidirectional integration. If you have any question, let me know in my comment section. Thank you very much. Have a great day. Hello everyone, I'm Rohit and this is the day 7 of the Integration Hub training. In this day we are going to talk about that Zoom spoke. In our last day we talked about that Jira spoke. We talked about that how to configure that bidirectional Jira spoke. And in this day we are going to talk about the Zoom spoke. So let's understand what are the things we are going to do with the help of Zoom spoke. First thing first, Zoom spokes is a paid plugin, so you should talk with your manager before you use this Zoom spoke. Secondly, let's understand what are the things we are going to develop with the help of Zoom Spoke. The first thing first is that we are going to create a P1 incident into the ServiceNow site. Once we created a P1 incident to the ServiceNow site, we are going to create a Zoom channel. That Zoom channel we are going to create for communication purpose. After that, once the Zoom channel is created, all the work notes, let's say that we are typing something into that ServiceNow on the particular incident, and then all the work notes is going to be passed to that channel. Once this passed to that channel, what will be happen, there will be a button show into that incident form called create meeting. Once you click this create meeting, it will create a meeting, and that meeting link is going to be posted into this Zoom channel. So these are the requirements that we are going to fulfill in our today's session. So let's go back to the ServiceNow and see how we can configure all those stuffs one by one. So this is my ServiceNow instance, and then I have visited called Zoom App Marketplace here. So you can directly search called Zoom Marketplace, and then you can visit that and create your account there. So once you've done this creation of the account into that Zoom, and then once you open this ServiceNow, first thing first, that we have to know that the Zoom Spoke is installed in your ServiceNow instance or not. To do that, you can go to this Flow Designer module. Under this Flow Designer module, you can go to this connection, and then under this connection you will be able to see one card called Zoom. You can see this is the Zoom card is showing. It means that your Zoom application is installed. Now if you go to these actions, also under these actions you can see that there are application called Zoom Spoke. So it means that Zoom Spoke actually installed in our ServiceNow instance. In case it is not installed in your system, you can visit that store application, store.servicenow.com, and there you can install this Zoom application. And again, it is a chargeable. You should talk with your manager. After that, what we have to do, let's open this incident module. I'm opening this incident module, and then I have created two fields under this incident table. Let me open that. So you can see I have created one sections called Zoom. Under these sections called Zoom, I have created two fields. One is called meeting link, another is the channel link. So here I am going to put this channel link and meeting link through the integration. So these two fields I have created. Now let's go back to this Flow Designer. First thing first, we have to do connection setup. For that, I'll go to this connection, and then I'll go to this view details, and here I'll click this configure. Once I click this configure, you can see that the connection URL is showing that https:/zoom.us. So that is okay. Here we need to put that OAuth entity, and then here we need to put the client ID, client secret. So how do we get this client ID and client secret? For that, you need to create a application into the Zoom. So the way we did actually in the Jira, created a API key. This is not the same way. For Zoom, we have to create a application. So in this Zoom Marketplace, we have to click this develop and click this build app. Once we click this build app, you can see that app created is showing that, and here we can rename that name. Let's say that ServiceNow. I'm putting this app name called ServiceNow, and here it will be admin manage, and here you can see the client ID and client secret. I'll copy this client ID and then paste here, and then I'll copy this client secret and paste here. Here I need to put this my instance name, and then copy this whole URL and paste here, called OAuth redirect URL, and then OAuth allowed list. I'm doing right now these two steps. For example, my instance name is called abc.servicenow.com, something like that. So you can put your instance name, and then after that you need to click this called configure get OAuth token. The same name should be pasted there. After you put this information, you have to go to the scope options. So scope means that what type of access you want to give them. First thing first, we are going to create the channel, and we are going to create or trying to post the message, right? So we'll go to this team chat and then enable all these options here. So each options have a various meaning. You can read the documentation and you can put that. Then I'm going to create a meeting. So I'll go to these meetings tabs, and then I'm going to give all these meeting access here. And then I'll go to this user sections.
and then select that and click done. So our app is created into this in Zoom place. Now we have to click that get OAuth token options to the ServiceNow. Once we click this get OAuth token, you can see that it's open in a pop-up mode. Here it is asking for this account permission. What are the permission we are asking? Profile and contact information, calendar setting. These are the information or permission we are asking. So we just need to be allow them. And so once you click allow, you can see it will be refresh and then it will be set up. The connection will be set up. So you can see that default connection is set up and then it have a token, and this token is automatically expire after this time. So we got a token. Now the connection is established successfully. Now we can do some integration. Okay. What is the first integration? The first integration is that whenever incident is going to be created as a P1, we are going to create a channel, right? So let's do that. I'll go back to this flow and I'm going to create a new flow. Let's say that create Zoom channel. So our flow is created. Let's say the trigger condition. So record is getting created on which table? The incident table. So we'll select the table equal to incident. After that, we want to put the condition. What is the condition? The condition is like whenever this incident is in P1 or priority is 1, at that moment we want to run this flow. So we'll say that priority is 1 or critical. At that moment we want to run this flow. What actions we want to take that? The first action is that we want to create a Zoom channel, right? So we'll click this Zoom and then here we can see that one action called create channel. If you click info option, you can see that it's create channel. So in these things we need input. What is the input? The user ID. The user ID of user on which behalf of this channel is getting created, the members, and then channel type. So we are going to select this option. As I am using the free account, so I only have one account, so I'll put my email address here. Now here I need to put the name of this channel. So let's say that the name of the channel will be called incident dash short description. So I'll put this call here incident number. Short description will be little long, but I'll just put the incident number for the timing, and then type will be the new chat. That's it. I'll click done. So once we create a channel or once we created the channel into the Zoom site, I want to paste this channel link to our ServiceNow incident module. So what I'll do, I'll go here and then action, and then I'll do that update record. I'll looking for update record, and then I'll select that update record, and then here under this record I'll select this incident record, and which field I want to put that. I want to put that channel link. Select that, and what should be the value? This value should be come from this Zoom. So I'll select that, call channel ID, and simply activate this flow, and then I'll enable this flow reporting one. So I'll go and then enable this flow reporting settings. I'll just enable that. All right, now if I refresh this at that moment this incident, and if I open my Zoom, you can see that I have a team chat. Under this team chat I don't have any you can see any channel right now. So let's say that I'm going to create a new incident. So I'll say that incident, and I'm going to create a new incident as a priority is 1 or the critical incident. So let's pick some user. I'll say that able tutor test hi, and then this priority is critical. Now if I save that, it should create a you can see it should call this flow designer flow, and then it should create a channel to the Zoom site. Let's see. You can see that incident got created. Now if we go to this flow and then go to this execution, First thing first, you can see there is a one channel automatically created. This channel is got created, and if I go to this execution, you can see the Zoom channel creation, the flow is completed. And then here if I see that the Zoom in under the incident, the channel link got updated. So this is our channel link. Now whenever we put any kind of work note, that should go to this Zoom channel and paste it here, right? So let's do that. For that, what I'll do, I'll go to this flow designer again, and then I'm going to create a new flow again, call. Now trigger condition, what should be the trigger condition? Update, table is incident, condition is, let's say that work notes, changes, done, and this should be for each or for every update. Done. I'll go to this action. First thing first, we'll select the Zoom, and then we are going to send or create a message. So we are going to say that send chat message, and then for on behalf of which user I want to send, I'll put my email address. Here I need to put the channel. So how do we get the channel? We have the incident have this channel link, we'll get from there. So we'll go here, incident record, and then channel link. What should be the message? Message should be that our work notes. You can see that this work notes, this type is called journal input. It means that it is not going to be returned that string. It is going to be returned that journal input, or you can say that the type is a journal input. So we need to be convert to a string field. So let's do that. To get this work notes in a string format, I'll open my notepad. You can see that I have a code, simple line of code called current.work_notes.get_journal entry 1, which will return in a string format called the work notes. So I'll copy this one, and then instead of this one, I'm going to write the code here, and then here what I'll do, I'll say that return fd data dot trigger dot, and then paste this one. So this code, you can see that will return the current or the work notes of the latest work notes. I'll click done, and then just activate this flow. So after activating this, what will be happen, if any work notes we are going to paste or putting here in our incident, that incident is going to be pull this this flow, and then via this it is going to be sent the message. Let's see, hi testing, something like that, and then save that. So what it will be happen, we just save that, and if we go to this flow execution, it should pick our flow. You can see it picked our flow, and let's see, you can see that under our channel we got this message called the date with this user and then hi testing. So this way we can send message to our channel. So that's the second thing. The last, not the least, we are going to show a button called create meeting. So once somebody click that, what will be happen, it is going to create a meeting, and then that meeting link we are going to paste here into the ServiceNow, as well as we are going to put into our this channel here, right? So let's do that. For that, I'll go back to this flow designer, and then I'm going to create a subflow called create meeting. So I'll say that create meeting. Let's put this input parameter. So the input parameter is called incident number. So this is our input parameter, and this is a string. Done. And then what should be the output parameter? Output parameter will be called Zoom link. that's also a string. Okay, this input parameter is a mandatory. Done. What we are going to do, first we are lookup, or we are going to query to this incident table. For that we are going to put that lookup record, and then which record we are going to look up, we are going to look up to that incident table, and number is the number that will receive through these inputs, right? So we'll get a record, and once we get the record, we are going to create a meeting. So we'll click these actions and then go to the Zoom, and then if you scroll down, you have a options called create meeting. You can select that create meeting. First thing first is that what should be the user ID, or to whom on behalf of that you are going to create this meeting. Let's say that I am putting my email address. Now what should be the type? Okay, so you can put the instant meeting, or you can put any time. So let's say that I'll put this call schedule meeting, and let's say I'm going to put that for the timing I'm putting the static time. You can put, or you can writing simple code and then put that. Here I'll put the duration is 30. Time zone, let's say I'll try to fetch the time zone. So it is a time zone is a dynamic component. It will take some time and it will show here. What should be the topic? The topic should be called incident number dash short description. That's it. Let's see that time zone is fetched or not. It's taking some time to fetching the time zone, but normally it came up within a few minutes. Alright, so we'll click done. Once we receive that, we are going to set output called flow logic, and then here we are going to set that assign subflow output, and then click plus sign. Zoom link, we are going to set that output as a Zoom link to whom that will receive from call meeting object, and then we can say that joining URL, and done. So this way it is going to be create, or it is going to be actually. All right, so this is our subflow. We are going to publish that subflow, and this subflow can be run in your background script or in your any of these places if you want to put that. So let's say that I'll go here, and then here you can see that create code snippet. This will give you the server side script. So we'll copy that whole script and go back and go to this UI action, and I'm going to create a new UI action called create Zoom meeting. And here under this server side script I'll paste whole code. Let's remove this block here. Alright, here as a input we need that incident number, so let's put that current dot number. This will return as the incident number, and under this Zoom link you will get that Zoom link. So we'll put that, this is our output, we'll put that current dot this one called meeting link, meeting link. So this will be our meeting link that we are going to update that. So meeting link equal to this is the variable where it is going to be stored, this Zoom link. We'll put that, and then we'll put that current dot update. So what basically I'm doing that I'm going to create a new UI action. That new UI action have a one input parameter. Under this input we are going to pass this current number, and then after processing this it will return me a Zoom link. That link I'm going to put into that meeting link, and then just going to update that. So that's it. I'll just save that. You can see there is an option called create Zoom meeting, right? So if we click that, what will be happen? If we click that, what will be happen? It is going to be create a Zoom meeting, and then that link is going to be pasted here, right? So let's click this and go back. So it should create a Zoom meeting, and you can see the meeting link is pasted here. Here you can see, and if I go back to this flow designer, I should be able to see. Now the question is that if I see that go to this home, and you can see this meeting is created because I have not able to select that time zone, so it's created that meeting. But what happened, it did not able to paste that to our channel. So team channel, under this team channel, it did not able to set that, right? So what I'll do that under this Subflow, we created that. I am going to put one more action here. So I'll click plus input, and then I'll put that call post message. I'll go here and then send chat message, and then I'm going to put this message equal to this meeting link here, joining URL, and then here user ID is my user ID. To whom channel or to what channel, we'll click here, lookup record, incident record, and then channel link, we'll select that. So I have added here, so it will create a meeting link and then it will send that to the chat. Let's publish that. And now if I go back to this incident, I'll just simply remove that and first save that for testing purpose. And click create Zoom meeting. It should create a meeting. It should paste here, and then it should paste to this channel. So click create Zoom meeting. You can see the Zoom meeting created, and if I go back to this our chat, you can see that that Zoom meeting link is also pasted here. So this way you can do a lot of kind of integration. There are a lot of others action are available. You can utilize that. And if you have any question, let me know in my comment section. Thank you very much. Have a great day. Hello everyone. This is the day 8 of IntegrationHub training. In this day, we are going to talk about that Zoom bidirectional integration. In our last day, we talked about that Zoom spoke, and with the help of IntegrationHub, we are able to create a meeting. We are able to put that all this detail in our meeting chat. Now in our today's sessions, what we are going to do that we are going to do certain things called Zoom bidirectional integration. With the help of Zoom bidirectional integration, what things we are going to develop that? The first thing first, we are going to develop that whenever the meeting is created, right? So meeting link is going to be created by the Zoom spoke. But after that, let's say that somebody meeting started, and then meeting participant is joined or participant left or meeting is getting ended. All this track we are going to put in our work notes, in the incident work notes. And then as we know that all the details, once we put the incident work notes, these details is going to be copied and pasted to our Zoom channel. So these things we are going to develop that. So this is we call the bidirectional integration, because the meeting is going to be start from the Zoom site, and then participant is going to be joined from the Zoom site. With the help of event and Webhook, we are going to receive all these details, and we are going to paste it in our ServiceNow, and then from the ServiceNow we are going to again send to our channel. So let's develop this one, the Zoom bidirectional integration. This is our ServiceNow instance, and this is our Zoom marketplace. Here we developed a application. If you remember that, if you click the manage here, you can see that all the application present for this Zoom marketplace, you will be able to see that. So this ServiceNow application we have created yesterday, and you can see it's in a draft state. So if you open that, actually it's in a development phase, so that's the reason it's in draft state. With the help of client ID and client secret, yesterday we are able to connect and we are able to create the meeting, right? So now today what we have to do, you have to click this access options, and then once you click this access option, you will be able to see that two things. One is the secret token, another is the verification token. With the help of this secret and verification token, we are going to do event generate. We are going to generate the event, and that event we are going to send to the ServiceNow. So first thing first, if you go to the ServiceNow and then in the left navigation type called Zoom, you can see that there are under the Zoom spoke, there are 3 application or module are available. The first module called phone number, that we are not going to discuss. We are going to discuss about that Zoom Webhook validation. We'll click here, and then you can see at that moment there is no record in out of box. What we are going to do that we are going to create a new Zoom Webhook validation. Let's say that I'm going to put that Zoom. Under this secret token, what we have to do, we have to go and then copy this secret token and paste there. So I have pasted that, and then you can see that there is a one more option called verification token. Under this verification token, we have to copy that and then paste there. So let's put that verification token, and then we just have to save that. So our Zoom Webhook validation record is created successfully. Once it is created, now what we have to do, we have to scroll down here, and then we have to just enable this event subscription. Once you enable that, you can see there are various events that you need to be selected. So first event is that what we said, that I'll click this add event. You can see there is a one option called add events. So click that, and then what things we want to do, that so all these things we want to do through this meeting. So if meeting is started, we'll send a event. If meeting is ended, we are going to send that event. And then if any participant joined, we are going to do something, right? You can see that participant or host joined meeting and participant or host left the meeting. So these are the 4 events we are going to be select at that moment. And then if any of these things happen, what will be happen, it is going to be trigger a event. Click done. Now here we need to put the subscription name. So let's say that I'm putting that ServiceNow, and then we need to put this the endpoint of your the ServiceNow endpoint where it is going to be hit that. For that, actually I have copy this. This should be the endpoint for this integration. You can see this is the endpoint. We'll copy that and then paste here. So this is our endpoint for sending the event. Here I'll replace my instance name and just simply click continue. Alright, so my access part is set up right now. What we'll do, Zoom Webhook registries, we'll click that, and you can see out of box there are various options are there. So out of box there are various record are created here. You can see these are the record created here. So let's say that if I open, or if as we are dealing with the meeting, show match with trigger object as a meeting, and you can see that there are 3 options or 3 record are by default created. Once the meeting registration created event, a meeting ended event, and meeting created event. Okay, so what I'm going to do that, so meeting ended event we needed, and then we need to have some more options called instead of meeting created event, we need actually call meeting started event. So what I'll do, I'll open this and then I'll rename that call meeting started event. I'll just rename that, and then trigger type, instead of created, I'll just say that started. So whenever the meeting is going to be started, that time this event will be triggered. Now here we have a token. Okay, this token is nothing but the verification token that we have pasted during this case. If you see, we have a secret token and then verification token. So we need to be put this verification token here. Okay, or else you can go to that, and then under this access you can copy this verification token and then paste here. So what I'll do, the meeting started here, I'll put this verification token. Meeting ended event, I'll put this verification token. Okay, so these 2 things are done. These 2 are sorted. Whenever meeting is going to be start, whenever meeting is going to end, it should call this Webhook registry, and what it should do, it should call this subflow. We have a out of box, we have a subflow called process meeting event. This subflow is going to be called with these are the objects. Now what else we need? We need also whenever participant join, we need that. So that's another event we need. So let's say that so if I show match with that right now, with the meeting, you can see there are some meeting started event, meeting ended event, meeting participant joined, meeting participant left. So these 4 we are going to use that, and all these we are going to call this process meeting events subflow. So let's go back to this flow designer now. open this flow designer, go to Subflow, show match with that Zoom spoke, and you can see that we have a called process meeting event. So this is the subflow is attached here called process meeting event. This subflow we cannot customize because it's a read only. What we'll do, we'll copy this one. Application is a global, so we don't want to create this under this global. We want to create under Zoom spoke. So we'll click that Zoom spoke and then click copy. So what will be happen? It is going to be create a subflow in a Zoom scope. So let's see. So it's created that. Let's go and check the properties, and you can see it's under the Zoom scope. This is created. Now what I'll do here, I will copy this name. So copy this, copy processing event, and then update here all this subflow, because we are not going to call this out of box subflow. We are going to call our own copy of custom subflow. We'll paste there. So what will be happen? Any meeting started, any meeting ended, all this is going to be called these events. All right. Now go back to Flow Designer and then publish that. We should publish that so that it can call this subflow. Now go back to my Zoom. You can see that under this Zoom account there are two meetings which are showing right now, and these two meetings are created via our ServiceNow Zoom integration for this incident, right? So if I start this, let's see that our execution pick this flow or not. It takes some time, and maybe for example I'm just ending that, and let's see what is going to be happen. So meeting started and meeting ended. So now you can see that under this execution our copy of processing meetings twice called, because once for started, once for ended. So let's open that. So if you see that under these logs, one event name called that meeting ended, and then if I open another one, that could be a for meeting started. So whenever the meeting is going to be start or whenever the meeting is going to be ended, for both the cases it is actually calling our subflow. Now what we have to do, if you see these objects here, under this object it have the host ID, it have ID, it have UUID. So let's do one thing. This is the ID, probably the meeting ID. What we want to have, that we want to create one more field under incident called meeting ID, and then I want to store that meeting ID so that we can find out that for which record or for which things it is actually. So let's go back to this service now, and then I will open this incident module, and then I'm going to create one more field called meeting ID. Okay. So whenever we are going to create the meeting from our service now, we want to store the meeting ID here first, and then based on this meeting ID we are going to look up, and then we are going to update our incident, right? So let's go back to this service now, and then if you go back to this, this is the subflow. We have created actually the subflow called create meeting. Yes, so this is the subflow we have created called meeting link. Here you can see that we are actually what we are getting, that we are getting this create meeting. So we are creating the meeting, and then once we create the meeting, what output we are receiving, if you go to this is the meeting ID we are receiving. So this ID we should update that, so we should return that meeting ID also. So meeting link, as well as we need that called meeting ID. So we'll say that meeting ID, and this ID should be store and share. So I'll go back here. I have created one output. Previously it was Zoom link only, and I have created another called meeting ID. So this is the continuation part. If you have not watched my previous video, go and watch that, you will be understand that. So I'm going to create one more output called meeting ID, and then I'm going to assign that one more field called meeting ID, and this meeting ID I will receive from this create meeting, and then ID. I'll get that done, and then publish. So I have added one more field called meeting ID. Now if I go and click that code snippet, I'll get one more field there. Click three dots, go to this code snippet. This code was generated earlier. I just need this meeting ID, this thing. I'll copy this one additional things and then go to this UI action, create Zoom meeting. So that create meeting as well as it should store this ID here. So previously it was storing that meeting link. I want to store that meeting ID also here. So what I'll do, I'll paste here this thing and then I'll copy this field name meeting ID and then I'll put this current dot meeting ID equal to this meeting ID. So I want to add one more field so that in additionally meeting link as well as meeting ID should be stored. Right, so it is done. So let's say that I am doing that testing 1 2 3. So this is our new the incident updated short description, and then click the create Zoom meeting. So we'll click that create Zoom meeting. Once we click that, it should create a new meeting. Put the meeting ID, meeting link, and then channel link. As you can see that it stored the meeting ID, meeting link, and then channel ID. Now if I open my Zoom, you can see that there is a one more meeting created called test 1 2 3. Now if we start this meeting, what should happen? It should put the details into the work notes, and then if I end this meeting, it should put that into this incident work notes, right? So for that, what I'll do that I'll go to this flow designer, and this is the flow we have. This is the execution flow. So this is the subflow we have. Copy that. So let's do that. First thing first, we are going to look up to the incident table. So we'll go and then query to this lookup record. Which record we are going to look up? We are going to look up to the incident table. So we'll put that called incident. And what should be the filter? The filter condition should be meeting link or meeting ID, and this ID should be same as here under this object ID. So this should be the meeting ID I'm expecting. Okay. Once we receive that, so once we find out that incident, if meeting started, we want to put or we want to add some notes called meeting started, right? So that message we want to put that. So let's go to this operation, and you can see the meeting name is called meeting started. We'll go to this subflow here and then click flow logic if, and then if we say that flow input event is this one. So if the event is meeting started, we want to put some notes there. So we put that update record. We want to put the work notes as a meeting started. So let's do that. Incident record, and then here in the field we'll put that work notes called meeting started. And once this meeting is ended, we want to put that meeting is ended, right? Similarly, if flow logic else if, then event is meeting ended, I think. So you can see that this event name called meeting ended. So we'll copy that one and then put here called event is this one. What we want to do, we want to put that similar type of work notes. We'll copy that one, these work notes, and move here and just say that meeting ended. So we'll say that meeting ended. So these work notes we want to put in our ServiceNow, and then moment we put it on our ServiceNow, then it should actually copy that through that another flow and paste to our Zoom channel. So our subflow is right now published, and if we go back to this Zoom right now, let's say that I'm going to start this meeting. So if I click the start meeting, so this meeting is getting started, and once we click that, so this meeting is started. Now if I go back to this execution, and you can see it's just now picked up, and then we have an error. Okay, so the error is that it's a security policy. It cannot run because this is running as a guest, right? So what we have to do, we have to go to this subflow, go to this properties. Here we have an option called properties, and then this property should be, you instead of user initiation will mark as a system, so that this flow should run as a system. Once you publish that, it means that our this subflow is ready to use that. Now I'll go to this Zoom and then start meeting again. So let's go back to the Zoom. I'm going to start this meeting again. Once I have started this meeting again, minimize that, it should trigger our you can see the first thing first, it's call, and it started triggering that. And if we go back to this incident, and you can see that meeting started, it say that meeting started, and then once we ended this meeting, it should put in our work notes called meeting ended. So I'll just end this thing. Now you can see that it have mentioned that meeting ended, meeting started. So started and ended, all these are done. If I go back to the flow execution, you can see that there are a couple of call happen and it's completed. Now if I go back to this our Zoom channel, let's see the team channel, and here you can see that the moment we put this in a work notes, there is another flow which is triggered called work notes, and also it is pasted into this channel. So this way you can do integration, bidirectional integration with the help of Zoom spokes. If you have any question, let me know in my comment section. Thank you very much. Have a great day. Hello everyone, this is day 9 of the Integration Hub training. In this day we'll talk about that multipart attachment. So what is multipart attachment? So multipart attachment means that whenever you are trying to send a data from ServiceNow to the other external system, let's say this is your ServiceNow and you are sending some data to other, in that case if the other third party is only supported multipart data, then we have to do some special mechanism so that it can send the data from ServiceNow to the other system. And the multipart data is nothing but especially for the attachment. So if you are trying to send some attachment from ServiceNow to the any third party, and third party only supported multipart, in that case we need to do some special mechanism so that it can accept that multipart data. Now question is that how can we send data from ServiceNow to the third party with the multipart? So multipart only supported into the integration hub. So if you don't have integration hub, you cannot use the multipart data, or you cannot send data from ServiceNow to the other system unless you are using that integration hub. Now in today's class, we are going to discuss about that from ServiceNow to the Jira. So external system, I am taking example as a Jira. From ServiceNow to the Jira, we are sending a data through the multipart mechanism. Number one, how to send attachment from ServiceNow to Jira, and how we are sending, we are going to send through the integration hub, okay, through the multipart. Secondly, send attachment from ServiceNow, we are going to send the attachment, and then received attachment in ServiceNow. So whenever any attachment going to be attached into the Jira side, also we are going to receive and attach to the ServiceNow. Whenever any attachment is going to be attached into the ServiceNow side, that attachment we are going to send. So last few days we are talking about that integration hub spoke. We actually discussed about the Zoom spoke. We actually discussed about the Jira spoke. But in this class we are actually building that custom multipart attachment. There is a out-of-box spoke available for sending attachment from ServiceNow to the Jira, or there could be a situation where some third party, for them probably there is no ServiceNow spoke. In that case, it might be help you to create your own multipart attachment actions to fulfill that requirement. So let's see. So this is our ServiceNow instance, and if you recall that earlier, so what we actually did, we actually connect with the stories module. So whenever we are going to create a story here, the story is going to be create under Jira board also. Let's say that I'm going to create a new story. I'm putting a story called Jira test. So we already did an integration in our earlier class. So whenever we are creating a story and just clicking save, this story is going to be automatically sent to the Jira board, right? So if I refresh that, this story is going to be attached directly to this Jira board. You can see Jira test, this story created, and then this key number is we are storing under this Jira details. We are storing this ID and key, all this stuff. So we are storing here. Now let's say that if I am trying to attach anything into this story, let's say I'm going to attach something. So choose, and then I'm going to attach anything, attaching anything, and once we attach that, this attachment is not going to be cascade here. For that, we are going to build something so that this attachment can go from this story table to this our Jira. So that's what our requirement, first requirement. To fulfill this requirement, I have go through this Jira documentation. You should go through this Jira documentation or any of this third-party documentation whenever you are trying to do such kind of integration. So first thing first, if you see that if I search with called issue attachment, there are various API available, and the last method called post, and then in bracket it mentioned that add attachment. With the help of this add attachment, we can attach some attachment to particular issue. So now what should be our URL? So if you see this in the top, the method should be post, and then the URL will be, this is your URL. Here you need to pass your issue key, and this is your endpoint. And then once you put all this information, here you need to be sent attachment as a multipart. If you see the top, the name of the multipart from data parameter contains the file. So it means that we need to send a data as a attachment or as a multipart. So for that, we are going to build our custom action today. We already have an out-of-box Jira spoke, but I'm going to use my own custom action for this requirement so that you can build your own custom action for future. So first I'll go to this flow designer module. I'm going to create a new action. So you can go to this action module, or you can click this create new and then click action. It is going to be create a new action. So let's say that Jira, I'm going to put the name called Jira send attachment. Click submit. So this action is going to be created. Now what we have to do, we have to take some input. Okay, before that I'll click plus sign, and if you scroll down under this utility, under this integration, you have a options called REST message. You can select this REST one. Once you select this REST one, you can see you can select that aliases. Let's say that I'm going to put that Jira custom one. Once you select this Jira custom one, you can see that your base URL populated. The method is build request is, there are three options. We'll select the manually. Then we should pass the resource path. Okay, what is the resource path? If you go to this Jira documentation, you can see this is the our .NET. Then after that, this is our resource path. We'll copy this endpoint and then paste here under this resource path. So this is called base URL, then slash REST API 3 issue, then this is the key. So this should be dynamic, and then we should pass these attachments. Okay, now if I scroll down here, little left, we need to pass in a authentication is username, my email address, and then API token, that we already done. Here in a header, we need to pass this called X dash Atlassian token, and then here we need to be passed as a no dash check. So we are going to put that same thing in your in our header. So we'll click this plus sign, and this is the header key, and the value is the say that no check. So this is going to be passed as a header, and this is static. Now after that, if you see that we need to be sent as a multipart. So we need to be sent the data as a multipart. So what we'll do, we go up little bit here, and then this time we are going to select the method. What is the method? The method name, if you see the scroll up, the method name is a post. We are going to select the method equal to post, and then if you see that the request content, which is showing right now text, we already did that earlier. Instead of this text, we are going to select that multipart. Once you select this multipart, you can see that we need to be pass the name and then multipart type and value. So let's say plus sign. Then what should be the name? The multipart name is showing right now called file. So we'll copy this file and paste here. And then what should be the value? Text or the file? We'll select the file. And then once you select the file, you have options called set content type from attachment, set file name from attachment. So if you want to pass this from the file name from input or attachment, you can do that, or you can put that from file name, or you can put from input, and you can select this from attachment or content type. So we are going to select them from attachment. Now here we need to pass the value. What value we should pass? The value we should pass as a attachment sysID, right? So these things we need to be use that. So we'll go to this input actions and then create two input. One is that called issue key. So this is our string, and then another, this is a mandatory, and another thing is that attachment sysID. So we are going to pass this as a attachment sysID, and then these also should be mandatory. These two are mandatory. Now if you go to this REST message, you can see this is a dynamic issue key. We need to make it dynamically. So from here we'll go and then add this issue key. So we'll click here, input and issue key. So this will be a dynamic, and then here if you see that the value, this should be also dynamic. So from where we'll get that, this is the attachment sysID, we'll get that. Once you pass these two, and then that's it. And let's see that if you go to this documentation, after successfully send this, what should be your response. So this is the response, you will get that. So this is the response. After successfully hit that, you will get a sample response, and this is the attachment ID we are actually receiving. We should store that somewhere, right? So what I'll do, I'll copy this sample one, this sample response, I'll copy and then go back here. I'll click plus sign, and if you scroll down under this integration, you can see the JSON person. We'll put that, and then from where we'll get that, we'll get from this REST response. We'll click here, REST message, and then response body. What should be the structure? I'll paste this structure. So I'll go and copy. So I'll go and then copy this whole JSON. Once you click that, and you will have an option called generate target. Once you click that, the object will be automatically generated. You can see these objects are automatically generated. You can see. So we'll just save this action or publish this action. Now let's test that and see if it is working. So first we need to pass that issue key. So issue key is nothing but this is the issue key. We are going to pass that. So we'll paste that. And then we need to pass this attachment sysID. For this record, what is the attachment sysID? Go to this sys attachment table. Put this table sysID equal to here. And this is the attachment. I'll copy this sysID of this attachment and go back to the flow designer and pass that attachment sysID and run the test. Now if you click that, your execution, you can see it's successfully, if I click the steps here, and if you see response body I have received, this is the response body, I have received that. Okay, now what I will do here, I will go back to this this story. So I'll copy this issue link and then paste here and see that have the attachment or not. Now we can see that the complete attachment is showing right now, and which is automatically sent from ServiceNow to the Jira board. So this way you can integrate. Hello everyone, this is the day 10 of the Integration Hub training. In this day we'll talk about that inbound REST message. So we know that what is inbound REST message. With the help of inbound REST message, we can receive some request from the third party. So let's say that you are the ServiceNow and administrator, and then maybe another third party, this is a third party. Third party can send some data to your ServiceNow instance, and then to receive this data, we have to use the inbound REST. For that, normally we create the scripted REST, we created the other options, but in the flow designer also we have an option to receive that in our flow designer. So we know that what is inbound REST. So with the help of inbound REST, we can receive some data from the third party. But what is the difference between the scripted REST and then flow designer inbound REST? The difference between the scripted REST and flow designer inbound REST is that we don't need to write that much code. We can simply define into the flow, and then as per the process we can process the inbound data, and then after we receive the inbound data we can process and do all kind of operation, rather than scripted REST where we need to write the script for each and every validation. We need to write the script to create the record, update the record, all these stuff. So we need to do that. So we understand the difference between scripted REST and then flow designer inbounds, right? So flow designer inbound is less code. We don't need to have that much coded, as we have out of box multiple actions. With the help of out of box multiple actions, we can actually build with the low code. So what is the benefits? We know the benefit is that low code, right? So we don't need to write that much code and we can reuse as many time as we want. So let's go back to the ServiceNow and see how we can define that. So this is our ServiceNow instance, and in this ServiceNow instance, if you go to the flow designer, under this flow designer, if you have enabled the integration hub, and then under this integration hub, if you enable that all these plugins, you will be able to see these options. So this option will be only available if you enable the integration hub. So go and create a new flow. Let's say the flow name is that inbound. Once you submit that, you can skip the tour and then click add trigger condition. And this time you go to the application, and under this application, previously if you see that in our flow designer training, we had an option called inbound email. Now we have a options called REST API asynchronous. So this is the REST API asynchronous help us to receive the request from the third party. We'll select that. Once we select that, we will have an options called which type of method we want to be selected. So you can see that our endpoint is that API slash the application name slash inbound REST, and then here we need to define the method. So let's say that our method is the post method, and if you want to put some relative path, you can put that. Let's say that you can put that inbound REST ABC or something like that. You can put that, and here you can define that for which roles it is, or if you want to define that any authentication required, you can define that. I'm not going to that much details, but you can see that we have a required authentication. It means that you have to have put the authentication before you initiated this endpoint. So I'll just uncheck this one for the time being, and then I'm not putting any relative path. If you want to put the relative path, you can put that. After that, you can see under this media type, by default it populates that application slash JSON. So it can only accept application slash JSON. And then under the body, you can see there is a name called body. Here we are passing as a object. Under this object, what all details are there, nothing is mentioning here. So you can define your own body. We'll discuss that little further. And you can see we have a path parameter, query parameter, header parameter. If you want to do any kind of these things, you can put that. I'll just click done. So what will be happen? We have just created a REST API inbound, and let's print that and see what is we are getting. So we'll just click the actions, search with that log, click these logs here, say that hi, and then I will print the body that we are going to receive that. So we'll just go request body, and you can see nothing is there inside the body. So we'll just select the request body, click done. Just simply activate this one, this flow. Now I will copy this endpoint. So this is our endpoint. We'll copy that and go back to our Postman. So if you have little bit about knowledge about the integration, you will understand that what I am doing there. I put this endpoint, and then I should put that host name. So this is my host name. So I'll copy that and then put there under this host name. Okay. So host name slash API slash SN Jira spoke. This is the application name, inbound REST. All right. The method should be the post method. As I define that, I'll select the post method, and inside the post method you can pass the body. Okay, so we'll go to the raw sections, and then let's say I'm putting some body called test, and then I'm just for the testing purpose I'm putting the test, and then this is the key, and then value is that 1 2 3, and let's send that and see what happens. So once we send that, it should execute, and I am getting that execution ID. And let's go back to this our execution, and you can see the inbound REST which is initiated and completed. If we open that, okay, so this one doesn't have any this properties doesn't enable. So what I'll do, I'll go here, then I'll go to this flow reporting and then enable that, update, confirm, and then run again this one. So it is run again. We'll go back to this execution again. This is the second time it called. We'll open that, and you can see this is the log which is printed, and inside the log we have actually received some empty, right? why we have received the empty. Let's debug that. If I go back to this flow, and under this flow you can see that we have defined the body. Under this body we are passing some data, right? So if I go back to here, under this payload, we are passing a key called test, and this is the value called 123. So these things needs to be defined under here. So we'll click the plus sign, and then let's say that I'm putting that key name called test, and this is a string, so we'll put that string. Okay, so let's activate that one more time. And here under this logs, instead of this request body, I'll click here, go to this trigger rest, and then request body, and I'm going to populate that test as a string. Let's save and activate that. So what will be happen, if any value we are passing inside the test, it should be visible. So let's see that here we have executed that. So let's trigger one more time. So if I click the send option, and then if I go back here, execution, it's initiated and it should completed now. And if I open this execution, and here you go, you can see that the value 123 that we have passed here is receiving. So if I put that 56789 and then hit send, what will be happen, I should be able to receive that. So this way you can receive the request from the third party. Okay, now the one interesting thing we are going to do that. So let's do that first. The interesting thing, I'm going to build that right here. If I go back, and then I'm going to create a scripted REST first. So let's create a scripted REST, and let's say that I'm putting a name called the scripted REST called test for the timing. Okay, I'll come to know, I'll let you know that why I'm building that. So I'll put the test under this Jira spokes, and then here under this resource I'm going to create a method called post, and then I'll put the test one here. As you know that how can you get the body, you can say that text or JSON, text JSON, and here we'll say that JSON dot stringify request dot body dot data. So what will be happen if we initiated this one, right? So I'll put that gs.info, and then here I'll put this whole text JSON, and save that. And also I'll just uncheck that required authentication for the timing, and then save that. So what will be happen in that case? So if we initiated this endpoint, this is another endpoint, right? So if we copy that, and then instead of this one we can put this endpoint, right? So you can put this endpoint. So what will be happen, instead of initiating the flow, it will initiate our scripted REST, right? So let's send that, and it should initiated our scripted REST. And if I go back to this system log, I should be able to see this log. Now you can see that I have received the complete body that I am sending from this Postman, right? So what I'll do, instead of sending that through the Postman, I'll copy this endpoint and go back to this Jira and open this training projects, click the settings, and then here we'll go to this system, and then here I'll go back here under this webhook, I'll put this endpoint. So let's put that. So this is disable. I'm going to create a new webhook, and then let's say that I'm putting this call endpoint is here. Once we put this endpoint and go to this issue, and then check that issue created and updated. So whenever the issue is going to be created or updated, attachment created or deleted, these things should be trigger, right? So this event should be triggered. I'll just is there anything I needed? No, I don't need any other things. So I'll just create this webhook. So what will be happen, if I am going to create any issue or I'm going to update any issue, this is going to be sent a request to our ServiceNow. So once we receive that, we'll understand that what type of things we are receiving. Okay, so let's go back here, go to this Jira, and I'm going to update one of these. Let's open this training projects, and under this board I have an attachment under, I think, this one. No, this one doesn't have attachment, so let's open this one. So I think this one have attachment. We'll click edit one, and then I'll just put that 1 2 3 and save that. So I'm just updating one of these issue into that Jira. Now go back to these logs. If I refresh that, I should be able to see the complete JSON format. So you can see I have received a complete JSON format. So let's open these logs and completely copy this one. So I'll just copy that. Okay, and then I'll open the JSON viewer and paste complete body. So this is the JSON body I have received. So I'll go and open the viewer. So let me just zoom this a little bit. So if you see this JSON, the first thing first, you can see that under this JSON we have a timestamp, we have a webhook event name, and then we have that issue event type. And if you open this issue, so this is the issue one. Under this issue, you can see as we updated the issue, you can see issue ID is there, and then after issues we have a fields. And if I little bit scroll down under this fields, you will be able to see that one interesting thing called attachment. So under this you can see the attachments, and if you see that this one have two attachments, that's the reason we are able to see these two attachment. So this way, whenever you add it or whenever any update any issues, you will be able to see the complete issue details from this JSON. So what I'll do, I'll go back here, I'll just deactivate this scripted REST. So I don't need this scripted REST anymore. I just put this, or I just created this scripted REST for seeing that what type of data I have receiving. I'll go back to this flow designer, and then here I'll say that inbound request call issue. So this will be my new name, and once we update the name, it automatically update the path also. So make sure that whenever you are updating that flow designer name, path will be automatically updated. And here we need to define the body. The first thing first, we are receiving called timestamp, so we'll put the timestamp here. The first parameter is called timestamp. If you don't need that, you can skip that. So I'll put the timestamp. So this parameter I need. Okay, now under this you can see we have a call issue. So under this JSON we have a issue, we have a user. So I need to go through the issue. So I'll put that issue here. So I'll go back and then create one more input here in the bottom called issue. And this issue is not a string, it's a JSON, or you can say that object. So we'll put the object here. Okay, so issue is an object. You can see under this we have a ID. The first parameter is the ID, self, and then key. So as we know that whenever issue created, updated, or anything happened, issue have the three component. One is the ID, another is the self, another is the key. So we are going to create the ID and key, these two component inside that. So we'll click that and then create that ID string format, and then we are going to create that key. So this will be a key. Okay, so issue will have ID and key, and then after that you can see ID key, and then we have a call fields. Under that we have a fields. We are going to create one more parameter called fields, and this is not a simple one, it's a JSON. Also we can select that object. Okay, so fields as an object. Under this fields you can see, if I scroll down, we have a attachments. So this is our attachments object. So if I scroll down, attachments, and this is not a object or not a string, it's an array, right? So attachment is a array. So we are going to create one more here called attachment under this field. So we'll click that. Under this field we are going to create a attachment. So you need to go through or understand this process, and this is not an it's an array. So we'll select that array in an object. So once you put this array object, you can see that by default it populated called attachment child 0, and it is a read only, because this is, if you see that under this attachments we have a index 0, and then if I minimize that 0 1. So for that we are not going to change this one. Under this, what we have to do, we have to create the new key. What key is that? each have that self, ID and file name. So each array index have a 3 component in a JSON format called self, ID and file name that we need to be put there. So we'll put that called self. Then this should be string. Then we have ID, and you can see ID is by default populating 4 because ID already we have initiated here. So we'll just need to be remove that 4 keyword, and then we have one more component called key, I think. So this is the file name, ID, self and file name. So you have to put that file name here. So we'll put that file name and just activate that. Once we activated that, and if we update any issue, what will be happen, the issue is going to be call our this inbound request issue update, and then we will be able to see that request body. So let's go back to here, and then if I just simply update call 7 and click OK, so this should right now call our flow. So let's go back here, go to the execution, and if I hover over, you can see it's just now called. And if we click here and then request body, you can see that we have a body. Under this body we have issue, fields, and then attachment. Each attachment have 3 component: file name, ID, self, and these all are the attachment ID, and these all are issue ID. So 10037 is the issue ID, and this is the attachment ID. So what I actually want here, in that case, I want actually to be, there is a table I have created for the time being. I will show you that the table name called external tracker. So this is the table name I have created, and in this external tracker I am just going to create that data here. So you can see that I have external ID, internal ID, API name, attachment ID, endpoint. These are the details are there. For the timing, I'm just going to create some of the record here to show you that for the 3 attachment, or whenever we are creating a attachment, this is here we are going to insert that. So that just for the fun purpose, in our upcoming video we'll do much more things here. So what I'll do, I'll go back here, flow designer. Instead of log, I'll just delete that. I will run a for each loop. So I'll go and then run the for each loop on what? I'll run that for each loop on that request body and issue and fields and then attachment. So whatever array are there, for all array I'm going to run a for each loop, and then I'm going to create a record into the external tracker. So if you have 3 attachment, it should create the 3 record here, 4 attachment, 4 record, something like that. So let's go back here and then create record. This action I'm going to pick that, and then the table name is that external tracker. This table I have created to show you other thing. So I'll select that external tracker table. So first thing first, I'll put that attachment. There is attachment ID. This inside that attachment ID, I'll put that call for each child object. I'll put the ID, and then what do we have inside that? We have API name. Under that, I'll just populate that file name for the timing. Okay, so API name, I'll put that file name. We'll utilize this table for other purpose in our upcoming video. Just for fun purpose, I'm just showing you that. So this should be file name. So under the API name, I'll put the file name. So let's save that. So what will be happen under this, you can see we have a 4 attachment. If I update that, it will create this record here. Even if we update that, or if we attach any documents, it should create the record. So let's say I'm attaching some attachment. This is the 5th attachment I have attached here. So it should call our flow, and then it should create 5 record under this external tracker table. So we'll click that external tracker. So far there is no record created. Now go back to the flow and execution, and we got an error. So what error we get? Let's see that scope does not have access to this table. So we don't have access to this table because we have created, this is the global table. So I'll go back, configure, and then table. and we are in the actually the Jira scope, so that's the reason we are not able to create that. So I'll just create, update this access, I'll allow to this table. Now if we go back again, I'm going to attach one more attachment here. We have 6 attachment right now, and if I go back to this external tracker table, you can see the 6 record created. So file name and attachment ID. So this way you can create your own inbound request, and then with the help of inbound REST API asynchronous, with the help of Flow Designer, you can create the record. We can read the record and we can do lot more things with the help of this. So that's it for today. Thank you very much. Have a great day. Hello everyone, this is the day 11 of the Integration Hub training. In this day we'll talk about that save as the attachment. So let's say that you are pulling some data from the third party, or you're pulling some attachment from third party, how you can save that attachment in your ServiceNow. That thing we're going to discuss in our today's session. Before we talk about these things, I need to talk about few more things. Let's go to the next slide. So far we have completed 10 days session. Let's understand that what are the things we have discussed. The first day we talk about that what is the integration hub, and then how you can activate the integration hub. Second day I talk about that how you can create your custom action, and then third day we talk about that connection and credential, how we can create the connection and how we can create the credential. And then day 4 we are able to create, or you are able to set up a Jira API payload, and with the help of all these 4 sessions, what we actually achieve, we are able to achieve a integration from ServiceNow to the Jira. So we are able to do a integration from ServiceNow to the Jira. All are custom, and then we are able to create, whenever the story is getting created to the ServiceNow, that story is going to be created into the Jira. So we are actually able to do this integration with the help of 4 days. After that, in the day 5, day 6, we talk about the Jira Spoke, out of box Jira Spoke. With the help of out of box Jira Spoke, we actually did the same thing, but we actually did that bidirectional. So from the ServiceNow, we are able to send the data to the Jira, and then from the Jira we are able to send the attached data to the ServiceNow. So we actually able to did the bidirectional integration with that out of box spoke. So these 2 are out of box spokes, and these 4 are custom spoke. Now question is that how or why we need the custom spoke. So if you don't know, or if you don't have subscription for out of box spokes, you can go through the documentation and you can create your own custom action and utilize that. So that's the reason I told you, or I created this section. Now in the day 7 and day 8, we actually did the Zoom spokes, out of box Zoom spokes integration. With the help of that, we are able to actually create the meeting. We are able to put that chat in our channel. Now in the day 9, we actually talk about the multipart attachment. With the help of that, we are able to send some attachment able to send from ServiceNow to the Jira. Now in the day 9, we actually created the inbound REST. So instead of these all are out of box, we actually built our own inbound REST, and with the help of inbound REST, we are able to receive a data or the information from Jira to the ServiceNow, right? So we are very towards for the custom bidirectional integration from ServiceNow to the Jira. So we are very close. Now in this day, we'll first recap those things, all this together, and see that where we reach ServiceNow to the Jira integration. So actually we are going to build that ServiceNow to the Jira integration. All these are customs from ServiceNow to the Jira bidirectional integration. So we'll able to send the data, we'll able to receive the data. So this is our goal. So we are very close to that. So let's go to the ServiceNow and see where we actually reach with this integration. So we can actually use this out of box, and it's very easy to use that, but we want to build from our custom action so that we can create our own action whenever we need it. So let's go back to the ServiceNow and see that. So this is our ServiceNow. If you go back to the Flow Designer, under this Flow Designer, if I show match with the published one is the Jira issue. This is out of box one. So this is the Jira create Jira issue. So this is our custom one. You can see Jira issue created. So this is our custom one. We created the custom action, and then with the help of that, we are able to send the information like short description and description from the ServiceNow to the Jira. And here after we receive that, we are actually putting that information to that comments. Instead of that, we actually created two fields, if you recall that. So we are going to utilize that. So let's open the story module, and if you see this under the story, we created custom some fields, right? And that fields we are using that for out of box Jira spoke, but we are going to use that custom one. So key, ID and URL, these three fields we have created actually. So we'll go to so here we are going to use that or utilize that. So what I'm going to do that, instead of additional comments, I would put that call ID, and then I'll map from this Jira issue created ID, and then I'll one more thing, I'll put the key, and then I'll put here call key, map that, done, activate. So this is our custom action, right? So custom flow and custom action, everything is custom. So this is our let's show match again. This Jira issue update, this probably the out of box one, so we are going to deactivate that. So add comments, this is the out of box, we are going to deactivate that. So we don't need out of box one. So everything we are going to build from the custom. So we'll go here and active true. You can see that the create Jira story is activated right now. Now if we are going to create a story, it should create on under this Jira board also. Let's see that. I'm going to create a story. So let's say that the short description is called Rohit Jira Testing, and description is the Jira Testing. Okay, and I'm just saving that. Once we save that, the expectation is that it should initiate our flow, and then from the flow it should create a story under Jira. So we already, if you see that, if I refresh that under the backlog, it should be visible the story under backlog. So let's, and if I scroll down, you can see that the Rohit Jira Testing, this story has been created. Let's do one thing. Let's move this story to our current sprint. I'll just manually move that to current sprint. So it is added to the current sprint, and I should be able to see that story right now into this Jira board. You can see the Rohit Jira Testing is showing right now. Now if I go back to the flow designer, and then if we go to the execution, the first thing, if you see that, so this is created 1 minute ago, and then we have 3 inbound requests. The first 2 are during the creation. You can see these 2 are during the creation, and 1 is after some time, right? So if I open this create story, which initiated and sent a request from ServiceNow to the Jira. Now if I open the second one, so this inbound request is the nothing but we have created for attachment 1, and as we don't have any attachment, it is not going to initiate anything. So what I am going to do that, under this Rohit Jira Testing, I am going to attach some documents. Okay, so let's say I am going to attach some document here. So once we attach some document, what is the expectation? Expectation is that it again should call our inbound request update. Let's see that. You can see just now it call our inbound request, and if we open that, you can see that if I open the request body, it have a attachment ID, attachment URL, all this, and as per our previous configuration, it's actually create a record under this external tracker table, right? Now this once we attach something, I'm just getting a call, but how do we get the attachment and how do we attach to our story, right? So somebody attached some document here, and that attachment has to be copied and attached to the story. For that, what we are going to do that, I'm going to go through this Jira Get Attachment API. I search that in the Google, and if I open that issue attachment API Jira, you can see that to get attachment, we should call this to get attachment content. Okay, so we have to use this endpoint. So this is our endpoint, and if you see the endpoint that we are receiving, So if I open that, so this is the REST slash API to attachment then ID. Okay, and here in this case attachment slash content slash ID. So there is in between there is a content keyword. So if you pass this endpoint, what it will do, it will get that attachment, and then once we get this attachment, we can save this attachment. Okay, for that what we have to do, we have to do some custom things. Okay, so as we are building everything from the custom, we have to do some custom thing to save this attachment into our story. So now I'll go to this home screen, and then I'm going to create a new action. So I'll click this action, and then let's say that I'm going to put that name called Jira Attachment Save. So this might be my action name, and then this application will be global, and then I'm going to submit that. Okay, so this is my action, new action. So let's first create some input. So I'll click that create inputs. First thing first, we have to know that where I'm going to attach that attachment. So I'm going to attach this attachment under this story, right? But how do we know that? First thing is that we need to have that attachment ID. So let's put that attachment ID. So this is my first parameter. If you see this in a documentation, right? So we have to have that attachment ID. This is the attachment ID. We need to be passed that, and then second parameter is that where I'm going to attach that. So I'm going to attach this under this story. So we'll put that call task number. Okay, and this could be reference field. So I'll put that reference, and then I'll put that rm underscore story for the timing. Okay, and these two are mandatory, and then I am going to create one more variable called attachment name, and this is also mandatory. So these three parameters I'm going to take that. First is the attachment ID, second is the task number, third is the attachment name. Now go back here under this and then go to this under this integration. We have a REST. We'll select that. Here we'll select the Jira custom one. Once we select the Jira custom one, as you know that by default it populate that our host name. Now if I go back here, and if you see that this is my attachment one, attachment details, right? So I'll close that and then paste that as a path. And as you know that I don't need to pass this one, so I'll remove that because this is the host name. And here this is the ID that I need to be passed. And if you see the documentation, after attachment we need to pass this content. So we'll put that content here called content slash we need to put the ID. How do we get the ID? ID will get from input parameter. So we'll select that attachment ID. Okay, so once we get this REST API this content and attachment ID, I need to save this attachment. So we'll get the content actually, right? Now once we get this attachment, I need to save this attachment to this story. How do you store or how do you save that? To save that, you have an option called save as attachment. You can just click that. We have a attachment file name. How do you get the file name? The file name is nothing but we'll get from this attachment name. And then here we need to be select that attachment file record. We need to be select that attachment or where I'm going to save that. So we'll select the task number one. So once you select the task number, you can see that automatically rm underscore story name is getting populated. Okay, now under this output we need to be pass or we need to get the attachment ServiceNow sysID. So we'll get that, let's say that ServiceNow attachment ID, and how or from where we'll get that, we'll go to the exit mode. We'll get that from I think response body. We'll save that. So let's save this actions first and try to utilize that. So if we go back here, and this is our attachment ID 1008, you can see that. And if we go to this here and then click test, then attachment ID is this one, and then here we need to pass this task number. So let's say that our task called Rohit Jira testing. So this is our story, and then here we need to put that attachment name. So let's say that I'm going to put abc.png at the timing, and then run test. Once we run that, it should expectation is that it should fetch the attachment from here, and then that attachment should be attached here. So let's go back, click that execution, and You can see this is the sysID, the attachment sysID, and if I refresh that, I think there should be attachment attached to this story. And here it's attached, and if you go back to the notes, you can see it's automatically attached here. So it's successfully attached to our story. What we need actually now, our action is created. Now we need to automate this system, because we cannot go to this action and click the test button, right? So we need to do some automation so that it can be automatically picked up, right? For that, I'll go to this our flow, and we have a flow called inbound request issue update, if you recall that. So this we have created. Whenever some attachment is coming, this should be initiated, right? It have a for loop which actually creating the external tracker record. I'll just simply delete that for the time being, and what I'll do, I'll go to this action, and then under this ServiceNow code, if you search it called save something called Jira attachment, I'll open that. So this is our the action that we have created. First thing first, we need to pass this attachment ID. How do we get the attachment ID? We'll get here, and then we are actually doing the for each loop under the attachment. So we'll click here and then go to the for each child and then ID. Now we need to pass this task number, right? How do we get the task number? Because this for each return that our attachment, and this is normally written, if I go to this here, this normally returns what? It normally return that ID of the story, or ID of the Jira story or Jira issue, right? So what we have to do actually, we have to go here, and then this attachment name, we can get that. We can go to the for each here and then file name, but we need to pass this task story number. That's the important factor. For that, I'll click this plus sign, go to this action, and then I'll do a lookup. Okay, and I'll click the lookup record. How do we look up that? We'll get this Jira ID, and we'll query to this story table, and then we'll find out that is there any story is find out with this ID. If yes, we are going to attach there. So this is our requirement. So we'll go back here, we'll search the story called rm underscore story table. We are going to search that with that ID. So we'll put the condition equal to ID, and ID is, it should be come on the trigger, and then request body, we have an issue. Under this issue, we'll get the ID. So we'll get that, and once we get this lookup, we'll attach this lookup record here. So we'll click that lookup record and story. So this way we'll get the attachment, and then going to be attached to our Jira. So let's activate that and save that and see what is going to be happen. So you can see right now our flow is activated, and in this case right now we have one attachment for Rohit Jira testing, which is present under this board. You can see if I am going to attach another attachment, and let's see what is going to be happen. So first I'll just take a screenshot for showing this demo. So I'll just take a screenshot of this one. So this is going to be attach another attachment. Once you attach that, the expectation is that it should call to our flow designer, and it should attach to our story. So first let's refresh that to our service. And here you go, you can see if I go to these notes, it's attached here, it's attached the old attachment, and then this was the present. So it's actually called twice. It did not check that whether this attachment was there or not in ServiceNow. It's actually copy both the attachment and store to the ServiceNow. In our upcoming video, we'll resolve all this issue, and then finally we'll be able to complete our bidirectional integration. Till the timing, thank you very much. Have a great day. Hello everyone, this is the day 12 of the Integration Hub training, and this is the continuation part of the day 11, where we actually updating, or whenever we are adding one attachment, it did not checking that this attachment is present to the ServiceNow or not, and it's directly actually inserting to the ServiceNow. For example, if we go back to the story, and if I open the story that is created from the ServiceNow to the Jira, so this is Rohit Jira testing that we have created. And right now you can see this is 3 attachment we have, right? But if we simply update one of these, let's say, and even the short description one, what will be happen? It will simply add 2 more attachment to this story, without checking that these attachments are already present to the ServiceNow or not. So let's fix that issue first. So let's refresh that. I think it should be attached there. And you can see the 5 attachment is showing right now. So 3 plus the 2 more attachment that is already showing here. Okay, so these 2 are latest one, and the you can see these 2 are created right now. To solve this issue, what I'll do that I have created one table called external tracker, if you recall that. So this is the external tracker I have created, and I have actually cleaned up whole thing here. Okay, now what I will do that, you can see that I have API name, internal ID, attachment ID, endpoint, and right side I have external ID and external attachment ID. So these fields are present. What I'll do that whenever I'm going to insert or copy that, I'll add these details here. Okay, so let's do that first. So let me open to the flow designer. So this is the flow designer. I'm going to open that, and in this flow designer, what I'll do that, before I'm going to let's go back to these actions, flow. So this is the inbound request issue update, which normally does that, which you can see the lookup record. It look up to the story, and then once we find out the story, it is saving the attachment based on this attachment ID, right? So it is lookuping that story and saving that, right? So what I'll do that, I'll add one more step here. Okay, so I'll plus sign, then lookup record. I'll look up first. On which table I'll look up? I'll look up to this external tracker table with that external ID and external attachment ID. Okay, once if I am able to find out that, then it is not a new attachment, I'll just ignore that. Okay, so let's do that. So I'll go to this external tracker table, and then I'll find out two things based on two things. One is the external ID, and external ID will be that Jira issue ID, and external attachment ID is nothing but which will become from the for each loop called this ID. So if I am able to find out that, I'll also check that do not fail on error. I'll just check that and then done that. So if it is find out, so I'll just query to this external tracker, and if the record is find out, I'll do nothing else. So if I'll put the flow logic, if this lookup status is error, it means that it did not find out any record. What I'll do, I'll look up this story table, I'll move there. So these two I'll move there. Okay, I'll look up this, and then I'll attach some attachment here. Okay, and then after that, after attachment saved, I will do some more action. What action I'll do that, I'll go and then create record, search and create record. On which table I'll create the record. After successfully save the attachment into the ServiceNow, I'll create a record under external tracker table. Which all field I will set that. First I'll set that external attachment ID plus external ID. These two will come from external attachment ID will come from for each loop called ID, and then external ID is the issue ID that will come from trigger record issue ID, and then I will set that called internal ID. Internal ID is nothing but the ServiceNow ID, so I'll store that ServiceNow sys ID from these second lookup story record and then sys ID, and then I need to store that ServiceNow sys ID, so I'll put that attachment ID, which is nothing but the ServiceNow attachment sys ID I'll get from this ServiceNow attachment ID. Once let's understand the flow one more time. I am receiving a call from that third party or the Jira. First, I'll do a for each loop. First, I'll check that is that present to this my external tracker table or not. If it is present, I'll do nothing. Okay, it means that if the record is find out successfully, I am not doing anything. If it is not able to find out, I'll look up the record on the story table. I'll find out the story record. I'll save the attachment to the story, and then I'll create an external record onto the table. So let's activate that. And if I remove all, I'm just removing all these attachment from here at that moment. And you can see task number action is mandatory, so 5. So task number, so we need to put that lookup story active. So now our flow is activated. Now what I'll do, for example, I'm going to update these issue here from this Jira side 1, 2, and I just updated that. What will be happen? It should initiated our flow execution. Let's see. So it's initiated that just now. So we'll open that. You can see it have a 2 attachment, and you can see the first 2 attachment are not able to find out. So this attachment are not able to find out under external tracker. So what it will do, it will create a record. It will look up to the story, it will create a record, and then finally it is going to be create a record under external tracker. So if I go back to this external tracker right now, I can see I have 2 record. You can see that these 2 record are there. One, this internal, this one is nothing but call our story sysID. So this is the story sysID. You can see that F77349. And then this is the attachment sysID. This is the external ID is nothing but our issue ID, and then this is the issue attachment ID. Now if I go back to this next one, you can see both are the same, but the external attachment ID are different. Okay, and this sysID are different right now. Now what will be happen if we refresh that? There should be 2 attachment right now. You can see this, there is a 2 attachment right now. And you can see these 2 attachment are showing right now. And if I scroll down, these 2 attachment are showing right now. Okay, and now what will be happen if we attach one more attachment? Let's say I'm attaching one more attachment. I have just attached one more attachment. What will be happen? This time the Jira is going to be sent 3 things. Okay, first attachment, second attachment, and third attachment. And it will do what? It will go to this external tracker table, and it will find out 2 matching, and then what will be happen? It will create the third record. You can see it's create the third record. Okay, so if I go back to the flow designer execution, you will be able to find out that it's just now initiated. And then if you see that the first record, it find out the record, so it did not do anything. Second record, if I go to the second record, it's also find out and it did not do anything. And then third record, it did not find out under lookup record, and it's created under this attachment is saved and create a lookup record table. So if we go back to the external tracker, you can see there is right now 3 record or 3 attachment is showing right now. And if we refresh that, our story, you can see it will have only 3 attachments. So it did not take it's actually take the incremental attachment update. So you can see the old attachment are did not repeated and attaching here. So this way I can prevent that repeated attachment coming from the Jira. Now it's time to add something from the ServiceNow, and that should cascade back to the Jira. So that's also another steps. Okay, so let's do that. For that, what I'll do, I'll go back to these actions. Under this action, you can see the Jira send attachment that we have created earlier. By mistake, I created under this Jira under Jira application, but this is our action that we have created in our earlier class, and it's a custom action we have created, right? And it's need 2 things. One is it's need that issue key, which is nothing but the Jira key, and another is the attachment ID. So these 2 things we needed, and then we will be able to send the attachment from ServiceNow to the Jira. So let's do that. So what I'll do, I'll go back to the flow designer, and I'll go to this flow. If I show match with active true, and published. So we don't have any we don't have any updation of or story updation. We don't have any flow. I'll go and create a flow. So let's say that Jira add trigger record update. So whenever the record is going to be updated, this time it is going to be initiated that. Okay, so I'll put that table called rm underscore story table. Okay, and then trigger time it's for every update, and click done. So what will be happen, every story is getting updated, this flow is going to be initiated. What it is going to do, that it is going to be first lookups to the attachment table. So let's do that. So I'll go to this action, and then so whenever I'm going to attach something into the story, it is actually a update. So whenever I'm going to attach something, it will go to the sys attachment table and find out all this attachment associated with this story. Okay, so for that what I'll do, I'll go to this flow, and then I'll go to this lookups record, and then which table I'm going to lookups, I'm going to lookups to that attachment table. So I'll go and query to this attachment table. So sys underscore attachment table, and then what will be the condition, the table name will be rm underscore story, and table sysID will be this record sysID. Okay, and it's a lookup records. It means that it will be able to find out multiple records. So I'll do a for each loop here. I'll go flow logic and then for each. I'll for each on this lookup record. So I'll click that and then select this lookup record. So it will do for each on the lookup records, and after that, first thing first, we'll go and check with the external tracker table that is there any attachments present on corresponding this record or not. If not, then we are going to pass this, or we are going to send that, right? For that, what I'll do, I'll go and then find out that lookup one. So this is the lookup record, and top one is the lookup records. So lookup record return one record, and lookup records return multiple record. So on which table we are going to query that? We are going to query to that external table. So external tracker table. So we'll select that, and then first we'll put that call attachment ID. What should be the attachment ID? Attachment ID should be that will come from the for each record, and then sysID. We'll get that, and then I'll put that internal ID. Internal ID is nothing but our story record sysID, so that we'll find out that. So if it is find out in this table, I'll just select the don't fail on the error and done. So if it is find out on this table, we are not going to do anything. If it is not able to find out, we are going to send that, right? We'll click plus sign, if logic, if, and then we'll select the lookup records, status is error. So if it is not able to find out onto this table, we need to be sent the attachment to this particular table. So we'll go to this and then call the send, and we'll go to the Jira under send Jira sent attachment. This one is a custom action that we have created. Through this, we are going to send the attachment to this Jira board. So let's do that, and we need to pass the issue key. How do we get the issue key? We'll get from this here. We have a key, right? So we can pass that. Okay, so we'll use that here. So issue key is issue key. Let's put this on this way. So we'll get and find out this trigger record story, and then I'll put that key here. Again, I'll do one thing. I'll go and then story record, and then I'll find out that what is the field name, called key. So you can see u underscore key is the field name, so we'll have to pass that. So we'll search with that key, and we are going to pass that. And then attachment ID is nothing but the sysID. So we'll go to this for each record, and then we'll pass this sysID. I'm not sure we need to pass that key or ID. I mentioned that issue key, but I'm thinking that it should be needed that ID. So let's find out that later. I'll do, and then I'll go again the create record, which after sending the attachment we should store into this immediately we should store to this our external tracker table. So we'll go and then find out that external tracker table. So we'll select that external tracker and then we'll go to this table called attachment ID, which is nothing but this for each record sys ID, and then we'll select that internal ID, which is nothing but this story sys ID, and we'll find out that external ID, which is nothing but the key one or ID, and external attachment ID, which we'll get from here. So we'll go and we're actually not getting, but we should get and then store there. Okay, so we should get somewhere from there and then we should store there. Okay, now if I open this Jira send attachment one, this issue key, it's going to be sent call this key and then attachment. So you can see this is the attachment sending one, which is the multipart, and after sending that we should store this information. We should get some information. So you can see the JSON parser, it's returning some array object and it is returning few information. So you can, if I collapse that, let's see what all information we are getting. So we are getting self ID and file name and then all these things we are getting. So we need to update that. So we'll go to this output and then we'll put that ID and we need that ID. So we'll go and then this is the attachment ID we'll get from root array. So as you can see that it's the type of the array, and under this array it have that ID, file name and key, all this stuff. So what I'll do, I'll go to this edit again and then I'll put that called array and then array object. Under this array object you can see that we have another called ID. So we'll go to this and put that called ID and name will be ID, something like that, and it's a string. Go and edit execute and then I'll go to this JSON root and root array. I'll just match that and then I'll publish that. Okay, so let's publish this action and go back to this our flow one, and here you can see I'm just sending that attachment and then after that I'll just refresh this because we just published this action right now. I'll just simply refresh this and then I'll do a for each loop. So I'll go because it's returning in an array, so I'll need to be for each loop, and I'll go to this Jira attachment and this one because this is a for each loop, so I need to put that, and after that I'll go to this external tracker here and then I need to be mapped with that called external attachment ID, right? So I need to be mapped there. So click that and pass this call for each root array, and then I need to be put ID and done. So it's done. Now what I'll do here, here we are passing actually called key. Instead of key I'll pass that ID. So I'll go and go here story and then I'll pass this ID. Okay, and activate that. So this flow will be also for sending the attachment, and previous flow is receiving the attachment from the ServiceNow, right? So this flow is going to be sent any attachment whichever you are going to attach to us from the ServiceNow. So if any story updated or if you attach anything on the story table, it will go to that the attachment table and it will do a for each loop. Then once it get the attachment, it will go to this external tracker table and find out that corresponding record is present or not. If it is present, you are doing nothing. If it is not present, we are going to send the attachment we are going to store this attachment under external tracker table. Okay, now let's go and then click the flow reporting enable, so that we can report that. So you just confirm that. Now let's go back to this ServiceNow, and right now I have 3 attachment here, and then under the Jira I have 3 attachment. If I am attaching something, what should happen? It should save the attachment to the Jira, and it should not cascade back. So let's screen. I will just take the screenshot. So I have just attached one attachment. What should happen? And then let's put that something and then save that. What should be happen? It should initiate our flow, and then it should go. If I go back and if I go to this execution, you can see this Jira story updated. It's called 4th time, and then it's look up the record and it's failed the first record because it's already present. Second record failed, third record failed, and fourth record it did not find out under this lookup external tracker. It sent a attachment and store to this our external tracker. So if I refresh that, you should be able to see one more record here. So let's see. So it should be 4 attachment. 4th number attachment should be visible. You can see the 4th attachment is showing, and this is the 4th attachment, our 4th attachment. If I go back to the flow designer also, under this flow designer, you can see it's also initiated our inbound request update, and you can see this 4th, all these 4 attachments are present to the external tracker, and that's the reason it did not cascade. Now, if I attach something into this from this Jira, it should cascade back to the ServiceNow, and if I am attaching something into that ServiceNow, it should also send that to that Jira. So it should be bidirectional attachment sending, and then external tracker is the tracker which is going to be maintain all these records wherever it is present. If you delete anything from that, and then it will start creating that. So this is the table, core table, which is going to be maintain both attachment ID, both attachment both the external and internal attachment ID and their sys ID. So that's it for today. If you have any question, let me know in my comment section. Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Hello everyone. This is the day 13 of the Integration Hub training. In this day, we'll talk about that Okta ServiceNow integration. So before we talk about that, let's understand what is the Okta. Okta is a secure identify cloud that links all your apps, login and device into the defined digital fabrics. As you know that Okta is a cloud provider that stores the user information and that helps you to log in multiple apps and devices. So today we are going to integrate with Okta to the ServiceNow. So let's first see that what are the things we are going to implement in our today's session. First, we'll talk about that how to set up Okta API in the Postman. So through the Postman, we'll set up the Okta, and then we'll talk about that how to get the Okta user into the ServiceNow. So let's go back to the Postman and understand that how it works. So this is our Okta instance. You can see this is the demo Okta instance I have created with my some ID, and you can see if I go back to this dictionary and people, I have 7 users available into this Okta profile. Now first thing first, I have to be use certain mechanism so that I can get this user to my Postman. Okay, so if you go back to the Postman, I should be able to fetch those user information through my Postman. Okay, so let's do that. The first thing first is that what I'm going to do that I'm going to click the plus sign. Once I click the plus sign, you can see the method will be the get method. With the help of get method, we are going to pull the user information. Now I'll go to this authorization. We should put certain authorization to get this Okta user information. So first I'll go here and then select OAuth 2.0 because Okta support OAuth 2.0 authorization. You have a options called authorize code, authorization code, implicit. There are other options. It will be authorization code. Again, I'll put that called Okta token here. And after that, you can see the callback URL. So this callback URL is important. We'll click this authorize using browser. Once I click that, you can see by default some URL is populated. Now we need authorize URL, access token URL, client ID, client secret. So these are the information we needed to be use these details. First, we'll go to this Okta here, and then we'll go to this application. Under this application, we'll click this application, and then we're going to create a new application. We'll click the create apps, and there we'll select the first OIDC open connect. So if you click that, you can see that it's saying that token based OAuth 2.0 authorization for single sign on through this endpoint.
recommended if intent to build custom app integration with the Okta sign-in widget. So this is for that our purpose. And then what type of application it is, I'll select the web application and click next. Once you click the next, you can see the my web app 2 is created. So let's say that I'll put that Postman here, and then I will ask for the authorization code and I'll select the refresh token. Now here you can see the sign in redirect URL. This is the callback URL that I have to be put. From where I'll get that, I'll get from this URL. I'll copy that and paste to here. All right. Now if I scroll down here, you can see that under this assignment control access, you have to be select this allowed everyone in your organization to access that. So once you select that, this checkbox should be checked. Save that. So this application has been created right now. This is the application has been created. We'll get client ID. We'll copy that and put under this client ID option. Now if you go back to this, under this here we have a client secret. We'll copy this client secret and put under Postman. Now we have to put the authorized URL and access token. So these two we need to be put that. So first I'll go to this my Okta tools. I'll copy this URL of the Okta and paste here. And then after that I'll remove this admin part because I don't need this admin. Then slash. Here I need to put the authorized URL. How do you get this authorized URL? You will get this authorized URL. This is my authorized URL. If you see that, the till now this is the host name. After that /auth2 /v1 /authorize. So this is the authorized URL, and after that this is the authorized token URL. So these two URL I have to be put my Postman. Let me put that. So now you can see my Postman. This is the authorized URL I have put there, and this is the authorized access token URL I have put there. Make sure that you have removed that /admin part. So these things are done. Now I have to put the scope. What is the scope? Scope is that where you can define the purpose of this application, right? So our purpose is to get the user detail. So what we'll do, we'll define that scope related to the user defined. So let's go back here, open your Postman application, and here you will see that Okta API scope. Then find out, let's say that find out with the users. If you search with that user, you will be able to find out multiple user scopes. If you see the bottom, okta.users/read. So this is the read scope. If you click on that or hover over this help icon, you will see that allows the apps to read the existing user profile and credential. So this is going to be help us to get the user details. We'll copy this scope name and as well as we'll grant that scope. So once we grant that, that scope will be show under this grant. Now we'll go back to this our Postman and put this scope here. Now we'll click this get new access token. It will open a Chrome browser. You can see that the state parameter is invalid. It is showing that your request results in an error. The authentication request has an invalid state parameter. So you need to pass this state parameter. So let's do that. So I'll cancel that and let's say that I'm putting that 1 as a state parameter and click get new access token. Once we click that, you can see it's successfully authorized because I have already logged into this system. Now we click this open Postman and it will generate a token for me. So the token is going to be generate a moment. So the token is generated. Now I'll click this use token, and here what I'll do, under this URL I need to put some resource URL where I am going to access that. So what is our host? So let's copy this host first. So this is our host. We'll copy that and paste into the URL, and then I have put that /API/v1/user. So this is our endpoint. With the help of that we'll be able to fetch the user details. So let's click this send button. Once we click the send button, you can see I have able to receive the user information from my Okta, and here you can see that this is the email address. All this information I am able to get that. Now under this parameter we can put the limit. So with the help of limit you can define that how much user you need. Maybe you can put 2. So we'll get 2 user information. So you can see I'm getting 2 user information. This way you can get the Okta, or you can set up the Okta in your Postman. Now we are going to set up these details in our ServiceNow. So let's go back to the ServiceNow and do that. So this is my ServiceNow instance, and I am in the Washington release right now. In this ServiceNow instance, I am going to do some integration, the similar integration that we have done here. So what we'll do that, first we'll go to this credential and connection, and then here we'll see that credential and connection. Click that credentials, and if you see that last time we used that connection and credential, but this time I'm going to use that credential only. The reason is that I just want to show you that how we can do both the way how we can do that. Okay, so you click the new button, and then once you click the new button under this credential, you will be able to find out that various type of credential here. So our case is the OAuth 2.0. We'll select that OAuth 2.0 credential, and let's say that I'm going to put that name called Okta Custom. Okay, and simply save that. So our credential is right now saved. So now we have to define the credential somewhere. Where we can define the credential, we can define under get OAuth profile. Okay, for that what we have to do, we can go to this OAuth registry. So we'll go to this OAuth registry, application registry, and I'm going to create a new OAuth here. So various way you can do that. The another option is that connection and credential. This is the another option. So we'll go and click this new option, and then select the third option called connect to a third party OAuth provider. We'll click that. The first thing is that we need to put the name. So let's say that I'm putting that name called Okta Custom. Now we have to put the client ID, client secret, and then authorized URL and token URL. So how do we get this authorized URL and token URL? Go to this Postman, and here we have authorized URL. Copy this and paste here under this authorized URL, and go back here. This is our token URL. Copy that and paste here. So authorized URL, authorization URL and token URL we have put there. Now we have to put the client ID and client secret. So let's go back to this Okta, and then I'm going to create a new application called similar call here, and click next. The name could be ServiceNow. Then here we need to put that URL. So let's go back here and then put this URL here, and then refresh token, and then here we need to select this allow all user, save that. So our application is created. Copy this client ID and paste here. Client secret we need to paste here. So we'll copy that and paste here. Client secret, and here we need to select that authorized code and simply save that. Okay, once you save that, you can see this is saved, Okta saved, and this is the profile that has been created. Now this copy this name and then put here under this credential and save that. Okay, so now profile has been set, and if we click there, go to this profile, you need to define the scope, right? So similarly you can go to here and you can define the scope. What are the scope? We are going to do that. So if you go back to this application, and then under this application scope, the way we have done, we need to search that user and go the bottom, and we need to put, this is our scope name called user read. So we'll grant this and copy this one. This is our scope name. That scope we are going to put here. So we'll put this name here, scope and OAuth scope. So this has been set, and save that. Once we done that, you can go to this, and if you refresh that, it should be under OAuth profile, it should be visible, that scope should be visible. So let's see that. So some reason it is not visible. You can double click here, you can click that, and then you can search with called Okta Custom. So this is the one. You can select that and simply save that. So alright, our scope is defined here, scope is added here. Go back to this again called application registry. This is our application registry, and under this application registry we have Okta profile, right? And this is the profile. You can see this is the Okta profile. Go to this credential module again. I'll go to this credential again and open this Okta custom. And you can see under this Okta custom, you can see that get OAuth token option is available. You can click that. And you can see I have received a token. So I have received a token. So this is the token and that have some validity. Previously what we actually did, if you recall that for other classes, we click this button and then we are able to create this connection on credential. But this time we actually go to this credential and create a credential only. Okay. Our credential name is Okta custom. Okay. Now go back to this flow designer module. So we'll go back to the flow designer and open this flow designer. So as I am in Washington release, you can see little bit changes here. So this screen is little bit changed. We'll click here. We'll click this action. So we are going to create a new action. So let's say the name called Okta custom get user and click the build action. And here the first thing first, we are going to click the plus sign and under this integration we are going to select this called REST. And previously you can recall that previously in our previous class we are used to select that use connection aliases, but this time we will select that define connection inline. So we are going to define that, and here we need to select the credential. So we'll say that Okta, which is right now not showing some reason. So we'll click this plus sign maybe. Then we'll select this OAuth 2.0 credential. So let's say that Okta custom 2. Here we'll select that Okta custom default profile. We need to be define that credential aliases. We'll click that. And let's say that we are putting that credential aliases called Okta custom 2 and submit. Okay, and then we can click the get token. This token is added, update, and these things we can use here called Okta custom. Okay, so this is done. What we can do, we can have to be put here, we need to put the base URL. If you select this use connection aliases, you can see it's a read only, but if you select that this one define connection URL, you need to be put this base URL. So what should be the base URL? So this is our complete details. We'll copy that, and this is our base URL, and then this is the resource path is this one, and limit 2 is the query parameter. We'll put that later. So this is how our things can be done. We'll save that, and what will happen, it should return me that all these test user or all this Okta user through these custom actions. So let's see. Once we have run that, you can see I have received this response body with all this user. If I search with my name here, you can see this is the first name. So I have received all this user here. So in this way we can receive this user. So that's it for today. In our upcoming video we are going to discuss more about Okta integration. Till the time, thank you very much. Have a great day. Hello everyone, this is the day 14 of the Integration Hub training. In this day, we are going to talk about the data stream in the Integration Hub. So what is the data stream? That is very important. We should know in the Integration Hub training. To talk about in a simpler format, data stream is used for the pagination. So what is the pagination? That we need to understand first. So let's understand what is the pagination. When exposing large data set through API, it needs to be provide a mechanism to paginate the list of resources. So let's say that you are getting 1 million of data. So you are getting 1 million of data from a server. What will be happen to get this 1 million of data? It might be happen the system got timeout. So because of this huge data, we recommend that to use the pagination method. So what is the pagination method? So if you see that SQL format, like we can use the select star from a product, order by ID, and limit equal to 20 and offset equal to 200. What is this meaning? That we are going to fetch only 20 data, not whole data. We are going to fetch only 20 data from the index of 200. After that we'll again query, and maybe we'll query from 220 to 20 data. So this way we are going to get the data page by page. Instead of getting 1 million data at a single time, we are splitting that in multiple pages, and we are getting the data in a page by page. So let's see in the right side another example. Let's say that you have a server and you have a client. So what you are requesting, that you are requesting a API called /product limit equal to 20 and page equal to 1. What will be happen? You will get the product count 1 to 20. Next time, once you get this data, you are going to call again another call /product limit equal to 20, but this time page is the 2. So what will be happen? You will get a products from 21 to 40. So this way you are keep changing the page count, and then you are keep getting the data from a different set of data. Instead of use this 1 million data at a single time, you are breaking the data into 2, 3, 4, or divided up as many time as you want, and you are getting that minimum data and processing. That will help you to not to actually time out the system. It will get minimum data process, and again it will keep on getting the data. So this is we call the pagination. So with the help of data stream, we are actually do a pagination, and with the help of pagination, we are getting the 1 million of data to multiple pages and get the data. So let's understand one more time called what is the offset and what is the limit. So this is the another example. You can see this is the whole data we are getting. So maybe this is the data we are required to fetch from a system, but we will do that at a single time. We'll get this data, and then starting time will be 0, and then our maximum data we are going to fetch that 20. So this way we are going to fetch first time this data. After fetching this data, we are again going to fetch this data. After that, we are going to again fetch this data. So this way we are going to split this whole system to 3 part, or whole data to 3 part, and we are getting the data. So this way we can split that basically. So this is the Postman tools. You can see that in this Postman tools we have put the resource equal to our server name, then /API/v1/user. So this, if I click the send button, this is going to be return me all the user. You can see this is the multiple user I am getting. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, like that I am getting multiple users. So if I go back to my Okta tools, and right now I have, if I go to the directories and peoples, I have 7 user at that moment. Okay, so this is the 7 user I have right now, you can see. And if I click send button, I am getting the 7 user at a single time. But what I want to be paged. So okay, so what I'll do, I'll put call limit here, and I'll put that limit equal to 2. What will be happen that I'll get the first 2 user. So let's send that. Once I send that, you can see that I should be able to get 2 users. This is the first user, and this user name is called ABC. The name is AB, and this is the first user, and then second user is nothing but XYZ. So this is the second user. So I get 2 user. Now if I keep sending that, what will be happen? I'll keep getting the same data, but I only need ABC in the first call. In the second call, I need other user. So first I'll get that ABC user, then I'm getting XYZ user, but I also need other user through the pagination. I should go and do page 1, page 2, like that. Okay, how will get the second user? To get the second user, you can go to the headers. Under this headers, you will see that one links called after. You can see under this links you will get a after. This is the one. You can copy that and pass as a after. So you can put that after, and then here put that value. What will be happen after the first after you get the first user? If you put this after and then put this value, it will give you the next user. So let's see that if I click the send, and I get the next user called MN, and then I get another user called, you can see, YW. So I get ABXY MN YW. Now this is the 2 page. Now again I have to go to the header and then get this value, and so this value is called, you can see, 100 UFG3, 100 UFG3, T, this is the new value, after value. We can pass here and click send. What will be happen? It will give me another two user. So this time I got PQ and then I got another user called LM. So this way you can LM, PQ, Y, Z, MN, XY, AB, I got all the user. So this way you can do keep on sending the request and you can keep on the data. Okay, so these things we are going to implement in our ServiceNow instance. So let's go to the ServiceNow and see these things. So this is our ServiceNow instance. In this ServiceNow instance, I'll go to this Flow Designer module, and then under this Flow Designer module, we'll be able to see our options to create a new data stream. So let's do that. So this is our Washington release ServiceNow. Here we will have a options called new button and option called data stream. Once you click this data stream options, you will be able to create a new action. Okay, so data stream is nothing but the pagination of the action. Let's say that Okta paged user. I'll put that Okta custom page user. Application is global as it is. You can change other properties and other things. I'm not going to change anything. I'll click that build data stream. Now once you click this build data stream, it is pretty much similar as you can see that in other normal action. But if I open this other action, let's see that action that I have built last classes called Okta custom get user. Let's see the differences first. The difference between that, here you can see that I need to add manually the rest steps, but if you go to this Okta, by default there are multiple steps are added. So this action pre-processing, request, parsing, these are automatically added. These sections are automatically added, which was not there in our normal actions creation. So let's go back to this action processing. You can see that what are the three options we have. First is the retrieve info enable. Here you can get the connection information. You can enable pre-processing script to be get the process. So these things I am not going to do anything. Here under the request you have a options called which type of request it is. You can enable the pagination. So as we are building this data stream because of this pagination, we are definitely going to enable that. Then we have a parsing method where we are going to parse the data. So first I'll go to this request, and then what type of request it is, I'll select the rest and click OK. And then is it going to be enable the pagination? Yes, I'll click the enable pagination. So two things I have done: select the rest steps and then enable the pagination. The moment we select the rest step, by default rest steps created, and the moment we click that enable pagination, the pagination is turned on. Here right now we don't have any script. We have a template. You can click the view template, and this is the out of box template. So far we can apply that. Now under this rest you can define the connection and aliases. Let's say that I'm going to select the same thing here called define connection inline. I'll select the define connection inline, and then here I'll select that Okta custom. This is the base URL. I'll select that base URL, this one, and put here. And then here we can put this resource path. I'll copy and then paste as a resource path. Okay, and do we did anything? No, I have not done anything. So this is the what I have set. Let's save that. So after you save that, if you try to click the test, let's see what is happening. So if I click this test button, and if you see it's processing, and you can see I'm getting an internal server error. So I am getting an internal server error because other than setting up the rest steps, I have not done anything. Like I have not done the split steps, I have not done any scripting, I have not defined any output, right? So I have not done anything basically, right? So what I'll do, I'll open the Postman. So as you can see that I'm getting ID, status, as well as I can get that first name, last name. These are the information, right? So let's say that I'm going to get ID, status, and then first name, last name. So these are the information I'm going to get that at that moment. So let's do that. I'll go here. I'm going to create a object here. So I'll create an object. This is the object. Inside that I'll put the type equal to object here. This should be object, not the array object. This should be object. Under this object, what we are going to get that? We are going to get the first name. So one object is the first name. Then we have the last name. So all the name are updated now. If I go back here under this split step, we have JSON because we are going to receive. Here we are going to put the dollar. What do you mean by the dollar? Because if you see that I am getting a response in an array, and if there is any extra key inside that, then I need to define the key. But here there is no key need to be defined, so I'll put that dollar sign. And then in the script, you can see that there are already predefined scripted they have uses. So this is the script they have uses. I will just uncomment this line. So I'll do uncomment this line. So input.source item, this is nothing but this is the source item that I'll receive that. Then after that we are going to parse that, and this is the target object dot f name, which is nothing but our case is that first name, last name, still status, ID. So these are going to be the name. So first name is that the first name. Then we have last name. So these are the object we have: first name, last name, status, and ID. And from where we'll get that? This will get from that response that we'll get as a split parameter. We'll get that. So first name will become as a, if you see that the response, the first name is coming under profile, then first, then name. So there is no underscore. So we'll put that profile dot then this first name. So this is coming as a response. So we'll put that. Okay. Then similarly last name will become like that. So we'll copy that and paste here under this last name, and last name will become here called last name. So we'll copy and paste that. Okay. Name, we have status. Status is directly object, direct object. We'll copy that status and paste here. So we'll put that status, and then ID will copy this is a direct object, will copy and paste here called ID. Okay. All right. So this mechanism, or this is the setting mechanism, is done. So we are setting that value into these objects here. We are setting here. So we can see, you can see that these are the value we are setting. Now let's save and test that. So far we have not done anything for the pagination. If you see that we just go to this request, I just turned off this enable pagination, and here it is a blank right now. We'll do that later part. Let's save that and see that we are actually getting all the data in a proper way or not first. So let's test that. So we have received, we have actually able to process the request. Previously it was giving that error. You can see that it's one page right now, and if you see that output, we got a first name called A, another first name is called XYZ, then MN, W, P, L. We actually get all these status data together. So at a single request, we got that 7 requests. So index 6 is mean that 7, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So all the response we have received right now. What we need actually, we need to be enable the pagination. So we need to be enable the pagination so that it can page, and instead of getting all this together, we can get per page 2 requests. Okay. So let's do that. To do that, what we'll do that, we just enable this paginations, right? We'll go and then first we'll click this view template and apply this template. Now if I open this Postman, you can see that if I put this limit equal to 2, or if I'm putting that limit 2 under this header, I'm getting a value called after, and then this is the cursor point that I'm getting that. So that I need to be passed in a next call, right? So this is the things we need to be grab in our ServiceNow. So we need to be grab the headers in our ServiceNow. So first we need to be grab these headers. So let's do one thing. I'll just remove all these stuffs here. So actually we don't need this template even. So I'll just remove this code from here, and here I will remove this one also. Okay. So all these things I have removed. Here if I go back to this rest, and here I need to put the limit. So let's say that I'm going to put that limit equal to 2. This is the fixed, we know. We'll put that limit equal to 2. Now under this pagination setup, we need to be, if you recall that I was putting that after, and then in the after we are putting this value, right? So we need to declare a variable here. So we'll click here and then put that variable name called after, and this value should become from the script. So we need to be dynamically get this value after, and then that we need to be put here. Okay, so let's do that. To get that, let's say that I'll put that call var headers, and then I'll put that call page response, then dot, then I'll put call response, and then in underscore we have a options called headers. So this will give me all these headers. And what headers we need? We have multiple headers. In between we need the link component, and if you see that we are getting two link. One is that without after, and one is with after. So we need the with after. So what we'll do, I'll put call here call link this one. Okay, and let's say that this will return me an array. So I'll go to this for loop, and then I'll put call var I equal to 0, and then I less than headers dot length, then I'll put I plus plus, and then I'll go and then find out that header equal to, I'll put that call headers dot I. So this will give me an list of headers which name is called link, and this will go and for loop that, and we'll get header one by one. I'll put the gs.info here for the time being, and put let's say that header, and see what kind of header we are getting. So let's test that, and we should be able to see these headers in our log statement. So if I go back to these logs, you can see that we got two headers. One is this is the header, another header, this is the another header. So in between we need to have the header which have the after. So what I'll do here, I'll write little bit more code. So if header index of, and then I'll put call after equal to something is there, then that header we needed. So we'll put that and put one more info here. So we need a header where have that info. Okay, let's test that, where we have after equal to, and let's see if we got that headers or not. So we actually have to be put that call index of, O will be in capital, index of more than -1. So it means that this header is find out. So let's test that, and let's see that we got this header. Right now you can see this is the header we got. Now we need to be split that. So let's split that. Okay, so let's say that I will put that call where after index equal to empty. Okay, so what we'll put that, we'll put that call after index equal to then header, then split, then the split object will be called after equal to, and then I need this one index. So we'll put call one index here, and again we'll split with what, we'll split with call this one limit. So we'll put that, and this time I will take 0. So what I am looking for, I am trying to grab this value. Okay, so I'm trying to grab this value. First I'll do a split with after equal to. If I get that, I'll take this is the left part, this is right part. I'll take the index of 1, and then I'll split that with this one, and then I'll take the 0 part, the left part. Okay, so let's print that after index and test that and go to these logs. We got this value. So this is the things we need to be past that. So what I'll do after this for loop, so after this for loop, if after index is present, then I will put that call variables dot this get next equal to true. It means that it should go to this next page, else I will put call get next equal to false. And if it is find out, what I will do that I will put call this after this one. So I'll put that variables dot after, what should be the value of this after? We should put this after index. So this should be our value, and here under the rest message we are assigning these variables value after equal to this one, and here under this rest we'll put call plus after equal to this after should come from pagination objects. We can directly drag that. Okay, so let's test that one more time. If we click test, it should give me that pagination format data. So let's see. So as you can see that we are doing pagination and we are calling multiple time. It is taking little bit time because we are hitting the server multiple time. And if you see that result, total count is 20, page count is 17, which is not expected because our page count should be 4, because each page have 2 and total count have total data is 7. So 2 divided by 7, maximum 4 page should be there. So this is the wrong thing. Let's see what happens here. So if I go back here and then in the page setup, let's put a log here called gs.info, and then let's put that line 13, and then I'll put the plus sign, and then I'll put this after index. So what is happening here? So let's put that and click test. If I go and check the logs here, you can see that I am getting this line 13 to multiple time, 2 2 2. I'm getting this multiple time, 2 2 2. So this index is keep on repeating, that 2 index is repeating, keep on repeating. What I'll put that, I'll put call and here, and then I'll put that variables dot after not equal to 2. So if it is 2, it means then it's ended, because some reason that Okta is returning me 2 after. So once your page is end, also it is giving me 2. So I'll put that variables dot after not equal to 2. If it is 2, it means that page is ended. I'll save that and test that. Let's see what happens. So I'll click the test and run test. Go to this execution. Open this data stream. You can see this time we are able to fetch the 4 data correctly with 7 data count. So 4 page, 7 data count. Each page have 2. You can click that, and then in the first page we can see that what response we got. We can check that this is the first in this first page we got a response called ABC, and there is a XYZ. So this you can check that. So this way we can, this is the page 1, this is the page 1, you can go to this page 2, and then you can go to this page 3 like that, and you can, it's create a pagination, and each page have 2 record, and this case you can see MNV and then WY. So this is a keep on keep on doing the paged thing, and that helps you to stay login, not to timeout, and that's a best practice for ServiceNow to get huge kind of data. You should use the pagination. So that's it for today. If you have any question, let me know in my comment section. Thank you very much. Have a great day.